Chapter 334. No one had ever dared to insult the Medicine Emperor courtyard, let alone in their field of recovery pills. However, Lin Xian's arrogance didn't seem to be an act, which gave the people of the Medicine Emperor courtyard a bad premonition. They don't tell me they really have it. I don't think so. Song Yunqing couldn't sit still anymore. He took a deep breath and stared at Lin Xian. For a long time, the Medicine Emperor courtyard had dominated the recovery pill market. This was also the reason why they could compete with the Pill Emperor Palace. If this field was conquered by others, what awaited them would be a disaster. Elder Blackheart's eyes were gloomy. He had just made a promise, and someone had already dared to slap his face. This made him extremely angry. Interesting. I want to see if this pill is real or fake. His voice carried a chill that was like 10,000 years old ice, causing people to shiver. Feeling the elder's gaze, Lin Xian's body trembled inexplicably. It felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. He frowned slightly and swept his gaze forward. When he saw the elder, he suddenly felt an obscure soul attack. Humph! Lin Xian's great dragon sword intent rumbled in his body. Sword light flashed in his eyes, and the formless sword intent destroyed everything. Although this soul attack was obscure, it couldn't escape DK's notice. He snorted coldly, and a powerful soul force rushed towards the Medicine Emperor courtyard. Rumble! Like a thunderclap, the clouds above the Medicine Emperor courtyard changed. DK didn't attack, but the warning was very obvious. Lin Xian acted as if he didn't see it and said enthusiastically, "In order to make everyone believe, we will choose a cultivator to test the pill." Everyone eagerly signed up, and their expressions were abnormally excited. In the end, Lin Xian chose 4 cultivators, 1 Meridian's condensing realm, 2 Sea of Soul realm, and 1 Harmonious Spirit realm. This covered almost all cultivation levels, and the result of the test was the most convincing. Not long after, the stage was filled with joyful laughter. It's true. My spirit energy has recovered by 50%. Even the Harmonious Spirit Realm cultivator nodded with satisfaction. The speed of circulating spirit energy has indeed increased. Such a miraculous pill, I must buy it. Yes. We must prepare more. Ladies and gentlemen, if you buy the 100-grass pill and the qi-generating pill together, you can enjoy a 30% discount. I want. Haha, Elder Duan, I'm sorry. I'm afraid we'll have to change our agreement. An old man from the Black Wind sect said with a chuckle. The qi-generating pills from the Pill Emperor Hall aren't bad, so we temporarily don't need your profound yuan pills. Yes, me too. I want to return the goods. Me too. Many people ran over to the Medicine Emperor Hall's booth and returned the pills they had ordered. After which, they ran madly towards the Pill Emperor Hall's booth. Those from the Medicine Emperor courtyard were all dumbfounded. The news conference they had meticulously planned had now become a battlefield for the Pill Emperor Hall, and they had actually become foils. This blow was too big. Just a moment ago, they were still dreaming of unifying the Heavenly Mountain Empire's elixir market, but in the next moment, they fell from the clouds to the ground. This can't be real. I must be dreaming. Impossible, it can't be the Pill Emperor Hall. Elder Blackheart, hurry up and think of a solution. The group of elders were all panicking. Father, I'll go kill him. Song Qianqian gritted her teeth. If I knew he was a scourge, I would have killed him at the profound Yin River. Song Yunqing's countenance was terrifyingly dark. He stared at Elder Blackheart. This was his last hope. Elder Blackheart was also infuriated. Fine black qi seethed around his body, exuding a terrifying, baleful aura. However, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't take out a pill better than the qi-generating pill. In the end, he could only shake his head with a dark expression. Pooh! Hearing Elder Blackheart's reply, Song Yunqing coughed out a mouthful of old blood. Father, Dean. A group of people panicked and hurried over. Elder Blackheart said in a low voice, "Don't be anxious. Even if you lose this round, I can guarantee that you will win the last 2 rounds. Not only that, we're only halfway through the first round. We still have a chance." Song Yunqing suppressed the anger in his heart and slowly nodded his head. "There's still time, we still have a chance. Don't worry, I won't let the White Dragon Ascension pill land in the hands of others." Elder Blackheart's voice was filled with a thick, killing intent. The Pill Emperor Hall was in a frenzy. Everyone was fighting to buy the pill. At this moment, outside the crowd, a group of old men were trying their best to squeeze their way in. They were wearing the robes of the Pill Emperor Hall. They were none other than the elders who were pretending to be sick. At this moment, they didn't seem sick at all. Each of them was as fierce as a ferocious tiger, rushing towards the crowd. Hoo-hoo, they're finally here. A group of elders climbed up to the stage and saw such a fiery scene. For a moment, they were stunned. "Oh my God, what did I just see? This isn't a dream. Hee. Look at the faces of those from the Medicine Sovereign Hall. They're even more bitter than bitter gourds." Not only were they agitated by the scene, even the 2 hall lords were shocked. Earlier, they thought that they would lose all their face here. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would take out a miraculous pill like a magic trick, turning the situation around bit by bit? That feeling was indescribably satisfying. "What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and get to work," the 3rd hall lord ordered. "Xiaoyu, stop pretending to be dead. Hurry up and get to work." The 3rd hall lord dragged Wu Xiaoyu out. Lin Xian smiled as he walked to DK's side and threw the remaining pills to Elder Jean. "Go and get busy." After saying that, he sat down and drank a mouthful of tea. Elder Jean howled in excitement. Circulating his spiritual energy, he roared, "There's an attack-type Dragon Tiger Bone strengthening pill here. It can temporarily increase one's attack power, and the side effects are minimal. There's also a beauty nourishing pill. If a beauty eats it, I guarantee that she'll be 20 years old every year." These 2 pills shattered the last hope of the Medicine Sovereign Hall. The group of people felt as if they had lost their souls. The last 2 pills were also selling like hotcakes. One could save one's life, and the other was the favorite of women. At this moment, all the female cultivators and all the male cultivators with wives went all out to buy the beauty-nourishing pill. The elders of the Pill Emperor Hall all had smiles on their faces. As they worked, they unceasingly praised Lin Xian and the Pill Emperor. Their expressions were as flattering as they could be. From the looks of it, everyone wanted to worship Lin Xian as if he was their ancestor. However, not everyone was happy. For example, Wu Xiaoyu and the 2 hall lords. The former was purely jealous of Lin Xian, while the latter was worried that the Pill Emperor Hall's control would slip away. Today's exhibition not only allowed the Pill Emperor Hall to regain its glory, it also increased the prestige of the 1st hall lord. They believed that not long after, there would be a group of elders and disciples loyal to the 1st hall lord. Lin Xian smiled as he looked at the stage. His heart finally settled down. The first step of the Pill King competition could be considered a success. As long as he won the next 2 rounds, he would be able to obtain the White Dragon Ascension pill. Compared to the Pill Emperor Hall, the Medicine Sovereign Hall, the loser, left with their tails between their legs. However, the look in their eyes when they left indicated that this matter wouldn't end like this. Chapter 335. Pill Emperor Hall Alchemy Room. It had been 3 days since the new medicine exhibition. In these 3 days, the alchemy room had been busy. There were too many people ordering pills these days. Some cultivators had even finished ordering next year's pills. There were even some major powers who had signed long-term contracts with the Pill Emperor Hall to continue buying pills. Everyone was unusually busy. Some people hadn't slept for 3 days. Lin Xian was very relaxed. He had already handed the matter of alchemy to D. Quebec. Moreover, he had divided the process into many steps. As long as DK didn't say anything, no one would be able to grasp the contents. However, Lin Xian wasn't idle either. He was preparing for the second round of the competition. The second round was a competition for the younger generation. The age of the participants couldn't exceed 30 years old. The others were fine, but the young third-grade alchemist from the Medicine Emperor Hall made Lin Xian worried. A third-grade alchemist could become an elder in the Inscription Alliance. His strength couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, the second round was based on the quality of the pills. A third-grade pill could easily defeat all second-grade pills. Moreover, the other party had a spirit-grade artifact like the Scarlet Dawn spiritual stove. There were few youths in the Pill Emperor Hall, but the best was only a second-grade alchemist. Although it was shocking in other places, it was still lacking when compared to the Medicine Emperor Hall. Lin Xian tried to break through to the third grade. He had been stuck at the peak of the second grade for a long time. It was time for him to break through. However, it wasn't so easy to break through to the third grade. Not only did it require strength, it also required luck. Just like that, Lin Xian cultivated calmly. Wind Moon City, Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Wu Xiaoyu hugged two beauties as he drank drunkenly. These 2 days he was in a bad mood. First, he knelt before Lin Xian. Then he was used as a guinea pig on the stage to test his pills. As the son of the third hall master, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, Lin Xian was the benefactor of the Pill Emperor Hall. He couldn't take revenge. The most despicable thing was that he was actually rejected when he asked to participate in the alchemy. Little bastard, after the Pill King competition, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Wu Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with killing intent. He decided that as soon as the competition was over, he would send someone to assassinate Lin Xian. Who made young Master Wu so angry? A soft voice sounded. Who is it? Wu Xiaoyu turned around abruptly. Patter! The wine glass in his hand fell to the ground, and he was completely stunned. Not far behind him stood a woman in thin clothes. Her graceful figure was faintly discernible, making one's blood boil. Her face was even more beautiful, like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Hee, so beautiful, so beautiful. Wu Xiaoyu was mesmerized. He pushed away the beauty in his arms and quickly rushed over to hug her. The peerless beauty smiled foolishly, but her body slid out like a fish. Annoying. The beauty acted coquettishly. Wu Xiaoyu felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen, as if there was an evil fire burning in his body. Little beauty, come and let Big Brother take good care of you. Wu Xiaoyu's face rippled. The peerless beauty's red lips gently parted, as if it had infinite magic, causing the entire space to change. What's the pill formula for the qi-generating pill? A seductive voice sounded. Wu Xiaoyu seemed to be drunk as he replied in a daze, I don't know. The pill formula for the 100-herb pill? You don't know. Who knows? Can you get it for me? The peerless beauty said softly. Wu Xiaoyu's expression became very agitated. It's all in the hands of that little bastard. And that old cripple. The two of them monopolized the pill formula. And even my father doesn't know. Plop. Wu Xiaoyu fell to the ground and fainted. What a good-for-nothing. The peerless beauty curled her lips and looked to the side. You heard it. There's nothing. Beside her, the air fluctuated, and a dignified man walked out. It was actually Song Yunqing. He looked at Wu Xiaoyu on the ground and frowned. I didn't expect that even Wu Xiong couldn't come in contact with the pill formula. It seems that old man, DK, invited him. Fairy Zhao, please act and help me get the pill formula. Song Yunqing said. After this, I will definitely send over the pill formula you need. Who are you going to act against this time? The peerless beauty lazily asked. A young man. I don't know the details, but I know that his surname is Lin. Song Yunqing said in a low voice, if we can control him, then all the pill formulas will be ours. Surnamed Lin, the peerless beauty was slightly stunned, as though she thought of something. Why don't you ask him out first? Who knows, we might be able to subdue him without making a move. The peerless beauty smiled. For some reason, she was very curious about this young man. Sure, Song Yunqing nodded. In the Pill Emperor Hall, Lin Xian was drinking tea in a pavilion, silently comprehending the knowledge of alchemy imparted by Lord Alcohol. Suddenly, a sharp arrow flew past, piercing through the void and nailing itself to the pillar behind him. The black tail of the arrow trembled incessantly, and there was a piece of paper stuck on it. Evidently, the person who shot it was very sharp and straightforward. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian opened the piece of paper with a smile on his face. The Medicine Emperor Hall finally couldn't endure it anymore. His silhouette flickered as he disappeared from the pavilion. In the deserted streets near the Pill Emperor Hall, Lin Xian's footsteps echoed in the surroundings. It's him. The peerless beauty hidden in the shadows exclaimed in shock, her beautiful eyes darting about. I wonder why Dean Song is looking for me. Lin Xian stared at the silhouette in front of him as he asked, Lin Gongzi, I'll be direct. Song Yunqing said in a low voice, the benefits that the Pill Emperor Hall gave you, I'll double them, as long as Sir agrees to cooperate with our Medicine Emperor Hall. There's no need. Lin Xian laughed. I'm a man of principles. Since I've agreed to cooperate with the Pill Emperor Hall, I won't consider anyone else. Dean Song, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. After speaking, Lin Xian turned and left. If you don't cooperate with us, you'll regret it. Song Yunqing was enraged. For the second round, we have a third-ranked alchemist. There's no way the Pill Emperor Hall can win. Then let's wait and see. Lin Xian's voice was filled with disdain. Damnable fellow. Song Yunqing was enraged when he saw that Lin Xian didn't even stop. He had already stated very generous conditions. If it was anyone else, they would have long agreed. However, Lin Xian didn't seem to be moved in the slightest. This person cannot be allowed to live. Song Yunqing's killing intent surged. Since he couldn't use this person, he couldn't give him to his enemies. In that instant, Song Yunqing had the urge to act, but in the end he restrained himself. Firstly, this place was too close to the Pill Emperor Hall. If he acted rashly, he might attract the attention of Old Man D, Quebec. Not only that, a pair of jade-like hands stopped him. Dean Song, let me test this person. The mysterious beauty smiled. Then I'll have to trouble Fairy Zhao. Song Yunqing sighed as his silhouette gradually disappeared. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Other than the alchemy room, the other places in the Pill Emperor Hall were also quiet. Lin Xian lay on his bed, his hands resting on his head as he stared at the night sky outside the window. Suddenly, the air in his room trembled slightly, as though there was a gust of wind blowing past. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to move, he felt an ice-cold body slipping under his blanket, coiling around him like a poisonous snake. That body was ice-cold and slippery, as though it could ignite the evil fire in his body. Beside his ears, he could hear light panting sounds. Chapter 336. Lin Xian's heart throbbed as he felt the cold and alluring body in his arms. The person was too fast and had even concealed her aura. If it weren't for his powerful soul, he wouldn't have been able to detect her. Even so, he was still a step too slow. Lin Xian felt a pair of cold hands moving around his body, causing his entire body to tremble. The great dragon, sword intent in his body, rumbled, and he immediately regained his clarity. He snorted coldly, and silver lightning appeared on his body. Lin Xian counterattacked with his palm. His control over his power was very precise. It seemed fierce, but it didn't destroy anything in the surroundings. Even the air only rippled slightly. Silver light flashed, like lightning streaking through the darkness. With the help of the light, Lin Xian saw a seductive body lying lazily on his bed. The woman chuckled, and her palm danced lightly, bringing with it an indescribable power. A gentle force, like water ripples, cleverly parried the lightning fist. For some reason, although Lin Xian had never seen that beautiful face, he felt that the woman's eyes were very familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. However, now was not the time for him to think, because the other party's palm had already arrived. The jade bowl danced, and the surrounding spirit qi gently stirred, as if forming a small world, enveloping Lin Xian. The woman's control was also very exquisite. She only controlled the energy within a small area and didn't alarm anyone else. Lin Xian's 5 fingers danced, forming an electric circle. Like a sharp saw, it cut through the imprisonment. At the same time, 50% of the great dragon's sword intent in his body suddenly erupted, forming a terrifying sword qi that pierced toward the graceful body. Ah! The mysterious woman felt the danger and cried out. Mysterious runes appeared in her eyes, forming a defensive barrier. Ding, ding, ding. Rapid sounds of collision rang out, forming a string of sparks in the air. You're still the same, so ruthless even against beauties. The mysterious woman said bitterly. Who are you? What are you doing here? Lin Xian frowned. The runes in her eyes were too mysterious. They were actually able to block his sword intent. I'm so sad. The woman's voice was mellow. You heartless person. I even followed you for a period of time. Lin Xian was surprised. This seemed to be an acquaintance. Suddenly, a figure with a seductive expression appeared in his mind. You are Zhao Shui. Hee, at least you have conscience. The beauty laughed. But what about your face? Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he looked at Zhao Shui. Naughty boy, what are you looking at? Zhao Shui smiled and posed in an even more seductive manner. Lin Xian blushed and didn't dare to look any more. However, he still had doubts in his heart. Although Zhao Shui was beautiful back then, she was not as alluring as she was now. What if this is my true face? Zhao Shui inched closer to Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian looked calm on the surface, his heart was beating wildly. Even though he was strong and could easily toy with the Medicine Emperor courtyard, he was in fact just an 18-year-old boy. At this age, it was the time when one's body was restless. In addition, Lin Xian had never experienced something like this before. It was inevitable that he was nervous. Yes, nervous. He didn't know how long it had been since he felt this way. Even when he fought with Lin Feng, he didn't feel nervous. You're blushing. Zhao Shui leaned even closer. Are you still a pure and innocent boy? You came to find me just to flirt? Lin Xian smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. Humph, what a blockhead. Zhao Shui leaned on Lin Xian and played with her hair. The Medicine Emperor courtyard invited me. What? Lin Xian was surprised. They failed to recruit you, and now they want to kill you. Zhao Shui said slowly. But don't worry. How could I bear to kill you? But you still have to be careful. How are you related to the people from the Medicine Emperor courtyard? Lin Xian was puzzled. I'm doing business. Otherwise, I'll starve to death. Zhao Shui rolled her eyes. Sigh, this mission failed. Looks like I won't get my reward. Zhao Shui sighed. What reward? Lin Xian was curious. A level 4 pill. Zhao Shui said. Why don't you help me make it? I'm only a level 2 inscription master. Lin Xian muttered. I have a way to get you your reward. What way? Zhao Shui suddenly hugged Lin Xian's arm. Feeling the softness of Zhao Shui's chest, Lin Xian's body stiffened and he pulled his arm away. He said slowly, I can make 2 pill recipes. These 2 recipes don't have any flaws, but they can't be made successfully. Moreover, if they can really make it, there will be a big surprise waiting for them. As long as you're not afraid of them finding trouble with you, you can give it a try. Lin Xian said. So magical? Zhao Shui blinked. Then it's decided, but I won't deliver it personally. Seeing Lin Xian's puzzled expression, Zhao Shui continued, Wu Xiaoyu from your Pale Emperor Hall can be used. Lin Xian laughed. This woman was really weird. Then he asked Lord Alcohol to make 2 fake pill recipes and used his soul force to inscribe them on a jade slip. This kind of pill recipe stored in jade slips was different from ordinary paper. This kind of pill recipe required soul force to sense it and could record all the details of the refining process. It's done. Lin Xian handed over the 2 jade slips. You're so nice. Zhao Shui kissed Lin Xian on the cheek and left with a smile. Zhao Shui didn't leave the Pill Emperor Hall. She found Wu Xiaoyu again and used an illusion to imbue him with fake memories. You risked your life to steal these 2 jade slips. The reason was to meet that peerless fairy. Now, go to the drunken immortal pavilion. Inscriptions flashed in Zhao Shui's eyes as she set up a powerful illusion. Then, she placed the 2 jade slips on the ground. With the mysterious stone eyeball in her hands, the illusions she cast were even stronger than Lin Xian's. Wu Xiaoyu didn't resist at all and was completely lost in the illusion. When Wu Xiaoyu woke up again, he found that there was no one around except for the 2 jade slips on the ground. Rubbing his head, he suddenly remembered that he risked his life to steal these pill recipes. Hee, little beauty, I'm coming. Wu Xiaoyu licked his lips and ran towards the drunken immortal pavilion. Drunken immortal pavilion, 3rd floor. Zhao Shui shrugged helplessly. That kid was with Old Man D. Quebec. I couldn't do anything. However, I met Wu Xiaoyu again and used an illusion on him. That kid is lucky. Song Yunqing snorted. Then he smiled and said to Zhao Shui, I'll have to trouble Fairy Zhao. Haha, I'm here again. Little beauty, hurry up and come out. Suddenly, a loud voice came from below. Who is it? Song Yunqing's face darkened. Master, it's the little tyrant of the Pill Emperor Hall. Someone outside the door replied. Song Yunqing was stunned. Then, a trace of joy appeared on his face. Let him in. Chapter 337. Wu Xiaoyu had been shouting outside the door for a long time. Just as he was about to use his spiritual energy to open the door to Drunken Immortal Pavilion suddenly opened. Oh, it's young Master Wu. Please come in. A few flirtatious women pulled him in. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you so slow? Wu Xiaoyu said unhappily. At the same time, his big hands had already wrapped around the young women beside him, and he kept rubbing them. Where's the little beauty I saw yesterday? Hurry up and get her to come out. Wu Xiaoyu's eyes shone with excitement. You heartless man. Why do you still want the beauty when you already have us? The young women beside him said coquettishly, I'll keep you guys safe. Today, I want that little beauty. Wu Xiaoyu was like a hungry wolf. All right. Don't worry, young Master Wu. We'll get her for you. The few of them quickly left, leaving Wu Xiaoyu alone on the 2nd floor. Not long after, there was a strange fragrance in the air. Then a hazy figure appeared. Little beauty, it's really you. Wu Xiaoyu's saliva was dripping. He had never seen such a beautiful person. Have you brought the items? A seductive voice sounded. Yes, I've brought them. Wu Xiaoyu's eyes were misty. He tapped his storage ring and took out 2 jade slips. You're so obedient. Zhao Shui waved her sleeve and a strange energy shot out, causing Wu Xiaoyu to faint. Next to her, the air fluctuated and Song Yunqing's voice appeared. He grabbed the 2 jade slips in his hand. Using his spiritual energy, Song Yunqing quickly read through them. Soon he smiled. Generally speaking, he did not find anything unusual. However, based on his cautious nature, he did not dare to make a rash decision. How is it? Can you give me my reward now? Zhao Shui asked. This. Song Yunqing smiled. I can't confirm the authenticity of this elixir recipe yet. Fairy Zhao, please wait a little longer. How long do I have to wait? I'm pressed for time. Zhao, Shui's face darkened. How about this, Fairy Zhao, come back with me. I have an expert in my residence. As long as he thinks there's no problem, I'll give you the items immediately. Zhao Shui pondered. She remembered that Lin Xian had said that this elixir recipe looked fine on the surface. Even if it had just been refined, there wouldn't be any problems. Little bastard, I'll believe you this time. Zhao Shui pouted in her heart. All right, since Director Song has said so, I'll agree to your request, Zhao Shui said. However, I hope that Director Song will keep his promise this time. Of course. Song Yunqing smiled. In the main hall of the Medicine Emperor courtyard, Zhao Shui followed Song Yunqing back, and not long after, she noticed an old man in a black robe drifting towards them like a gust of wind. Elder Blackheart, the pill formulas are in my hands. However, I still need you to appraise them. Song Yunqing handed over the 2 pill formulas. Elder Blackheart used his soul power to check carefully. After a while, he nodded with a serious expression. No problem. I didn't think that there would actually be someone with such profound attainments in alchemy. It's true. Hearing that there was no problem with the pill formula, Song Yunqing was so excited that he almost jumped up. Fairy Zhao, this is your reward. With a flip of his hand, he took out a small white jade bottle from his storage ring. Zhao Shui took the jade bottle, opened it, and sniffed it. When she found that there was no problem, she smiled and left. In the following days, the Medicine Sovereign Hall was extremely busy. They purchased medicinal ingredients, sorted out the pill formulas, and prepared to concoct pills. Some of the elders were extremely excited. As long as they could concoct the 100 herbs pill and qi-generating pill, they would be able to contend against the Pill Emperor Hall. At that time, with the help of other pills, they would have a high chance of winning. Song Yunqing was also filled with pride. His ambition to unify the Skyhill Empire's alchemy market rose once again. This time around, he had to win beautifully. After the preparations were completed, Song Yunqing led the elders into the pill formulas. Even Elder Blackheart followed them in. This time around, they purchased a large amount of medicinal ingredients and used many top-grade pill furnaces. They hoped that they could concoct the best pills possible. As the stone door closed, waves of heat could be felt coming from the pill formulas. As time passed, the pills gradually took shape. The eyes of the elders were filled with wild laughter. Song Yunqing also nodded his head in satisfaction. However, at this moment, the pills in the pill furnaces suddenly trembled violently. Calm down, Song Yunqing coldly snorted. Don't be too happy. If you want to celebrate, it wouldn't be too late to wait until the pills are concocted. The elders nodded their heads and started to concoct the pills. However, the pills in the pill furnaces were extremely violent, as though they had gone crazy. Dean, we can't control it anymore. An elder broke out in cold sweat. Impossible. Did you follow the pill formulas? Elder Blackheart asked in a low voice. We followed the pill formulas completely. There was not a single mistake. The elders were on the verge of tears. Could it be that the pill formulas... Before Song Yunqing could react, the pill furnaces in the distance suddenly exploded. Rumble! The fuse was ignited, and all the pill furnaces in the pill room exploded. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The pill room was blown open, and a huge explosion occurred within a 100-meter radius. The entire Medicine Emperor court exploded, and the ground trembled nonstop. A black mushroom cloud rose into the sky. At this moment, many martial artists looked at the Medicine Emperor court, their eyes filled with confusion. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he clapped his hands and laughed. You're still laughing? I guess the people of the Medicine Emperor court hate you to death. Zhao Shui laughed at the side. The terrifying sound of the explosion reverberated in the Wind Moon City. Many martial artists rushed over, wanting to find out what was going on. However, when they discovered that the pill room of the Medicine Emperor Court had been blown into a deep pit, and dozens of elders were charred black, standing on the ground in an abnormally sorry state, everyone was stunned. What's going on? It seems like the furnaces exploded. A martial artist was puzzled. That shouldn't be, with the standards of the Medicine Emperor Court. How could they explode? I think the Pill Emperor Hall must have driven them crazy, the surrounding martial artists discussed, shaking their heads and sighing. Song Yunqing stood in the middle of the ruins. His face was terrifyingly dark. His body trembled, and he roared into the sky. "Ah, little bastard, I'm going to kill you." Beside him, Elder Blackheart's chest was also trembling violently. He had misjudged once again. Previously, he patted his chest and said that there was no problem with the pill formulas. In the end, the slap to his face was even more thorough. The entire pill room was blown into smithereens. "Damn brat! I will definitely catch you and refine you into a pill." Elder Blackheart's body emitted a terrifying aura. At this moment, the people of the Medicine Emperor Court knew that they had fallen into Lin Xian's trap, but they couldn't say it out loud. How should they say? Could they say that they stole the pill formulas? This was a great taboo in the alchemy world. Moreover, what they stole was a fake pill formula. This made them even more unable to admit it. A group of alchemy grandmasters actually couldn't distinguish the authenticity of the pill formulas. If this were to spread out, they would probably laugh themselves to death. The elders of the Medicine Emperor Court roared into the sky, wishing that they could find a hole to burrow into. This feeling was too sullen. On this day, the news of the Medicine Emperor Court's furnace explosion spread throughout the Wind Moon City, and even spread to all parts of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. A dignified alchemy giant actually became the target of ridicule. This situation was too strange. Wherever the people of the Medicine Emperor Court went, there would be people pointing fingers at them. In the end, they simply closed their doors, not wanting to see anyone. Chapter 338. In the following days, no one from the Medicine Emperor courtyard came out. The pill market was completely dominated by the Pill Emperor Hall. Not only the healing pill market, but also the recovery pill market and other areas were all controlled by the Pill Emperor Hall. Therefore, the Pill Emperor Hall won the first round of the Pill King competition with an absolute advantage. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Everyone was excited because the second round of the competition was about to begin. This time, it would be a competition between the younger generation of the various alchemy factions. Young disciples represented the potential of the future. No one would look down on this point. Therefore, the participating alchemy factions paid extra attention to the second round. Pill Emperor Hall. Many alchemy grandmasters were gathered together. In front of them stood a few young disciples. These people were all disciples who were going to participate in the second round. Among them were Lin Xian and Wu Xiaoyu. Other than Lin Xian, there were also a few second-grade alchemists. Such strength in Xia country would be at the peak of the younger generation. However, there were even more terrifying existences here. It's said that someone from the Medicine Emperor courtyard broke through to the third-grade alchemist realm. Moreover, he has the help of a spirit-grade pill furnace. You all must give it your all. Yes, the disciples replied, their expressions excited. After that, DK looked at Lin Xian. Little friend Lin, the people of Sky Hill Country like to use pill furnaces to refine pills. This can increase the efficiency. I've prepared one for you. Do you need it? Oh, no need. Lin Xian said with a smile. I've solved these problems a few days ago, so I've prepared it. After saying that, Lin Xian smiled and touched his storage ring. He did have a pill furnace, and it was self-made. The inscriptions inside were all carved under the guidance of Lord Alcohol. Lin Xian believed that this pill furnace wouldn't lose to the Scarlet Dawn's spiritual stove. All right, let's go to the Wind Moon Plaza. The second round was still at the Wind Moon Plaza. It could accommodate tens of thousands of people and was definitely the best location for the competition. Today's Wind Moon Plaza was a little different. There were many stone platforms on it, standing tall, like stone pillars. The surroundings were filled with cultivators, waiting for the competition to begin. As Lin Xian and the others walked on the streets, they could feel that the air was filled with a different aura. The entire city seemed to be boiling. Some of the younger disciples beside him had fiery eyes as they clenched their fists tightly. It was no wonder. The Pill King competition was the highest level competition in the field of alchemy in the Heavenly Mountain Empire. To be able to display one's skills in such a competition and have tens of thousands of people cheer for one. Just thinking about it made one excited. In the past, many young people had become famous in the Tian Shan Kingdom after fighting in this arena. Compared to those disciples, Lin Xian was much calmer. This was not his first time participating in such a competition, and his goal was not to become famous throughout the country. Winning the White Dragon Ascension Pill was his ultimate goal. Along the way, many people looked at them with envious gazes, and there were even many young and beautiful girls throwing flirtatious glances at them by the roadside. This also showed how popular alchemists were. Through the special passage, Lin Xian and the others entered the Wind Moon Plaza. Suddenly, countless martial artists shouted, their voices shaking the sky. In the first round, the Pill Emperor Hall's performance was too shocking. Not only did they obtain first place, they even suppressed the Medicine Emperor Hall. Hearing the cheers, the younger disciples waved their hands excitedly. Wu Xiaoyu even raised his chin proudly. Looking at you, you don't look like a young man. Beside him, old man DK laughed softly when he saw the calm Lin Xian. Don't make fun of me. I'm only calm on the surface. Lin Xian modestly replied, the people from the Medicine Emperor Hall are here. He looked into the distance. Not only him, but everyone also looked at the entrance. Last month, the Medicine Emperor Hall suffered a crushing defeat. Later on, there was even a scandal of their furnace exploding. These things became the butt of everyone's jokes. But even so, when the Medicine Emperor Hall appeared, everyone was still shocked. A group of people wearing green robes, exuding powerful auras, entered the Wind Moon Plaza like a green flood. Song Yunxing was walking at the front. Beside him was Elder Blackheart, who was dressed in a black robe. Behind them were the elders and the younger disciples. Among the younger disciples, there were two people who stood out the most. One of them was the daughter of Dean Song, Song Chanchan. She wore a green robe, which accentuated her exquisite figure. A confident smile hung on her delicate face. She was like a proud princess, surrounded by a myriad of stars as she walked into the plaza. The other person was a young man with short hair. He had a muscular body, and his face was as sharp as a knife. His cold gaze contained a trace of arrogance. This person stood out from the crowd, but his powerful aura made people have no choice but to pay attention to him. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw the short-haired young man. Relying on his powerful soul force, he could sense the strength of the short-haired young man. What a powerful soul force! Is this a third-grade alchemist from the Medicine Emperor Hall? Lin Xian felt a trace of anticipation in his heart. In the crowd, the short-haired young man seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's gaze. He abruptly turned his head. His hawk-like gaze was incomparably sharp, piercing through the void. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at Lin Xian. What a sharp perception! Lin Xian was surprised. His evaluation of the short-haired young man increased by a few notches. Sensing Lin Xian's cultivation and soul force, the short-haired young man coldly snorted and withdrew his gaze. In his opinion, Lin Xian was too weak. He didn't deserve to be his opponent. Not only Lin Xian, but the short-haired young man, Duan Fei, also felt that no one in the younger generation was worthy of being his opponent. With great confidence, he slowly walked into the plaza. After the Medicine Emperor Hall entered, the other alchemy factions also entered one after another. Lin Xian estimated that there were about 500 young disciples participating in the competition. No wonder these people are so excited. 500 people refining pills together. This scene is indeed spectacular. Lin Xian thought. After the participants arrived, a few more people entered the plaza. These people wore silver robes with golden patterns embroidered on their chests. Their bodies emitted powerful soul force. Inscription Union. Lin Xian was no stranger to this name. Not only Lin Xian, but everyone else was also familiar with the Inscription Union, especially those alchemy factions. All of them respectfully greeted the Inscription Union. Even the Pill Emperor Hall was no exception. In the end, the Pill King tournament was organized by the Inscription Union. Lin Xian didn't pay attention to the others. His gaze landed on an old man. The old man looked very ordinary, like an ordinary old man. If he took off his silver robes, no one would notice him. However, Lin Xian was abnormally surprised, because on the old man's chest there were 5 golden patterns, forming the shape of a pill furnace. 5th grade inscriptionist. Lin Xian was surprised. This was the first time he saw a 5th grade inscriptionist. One had to know that even Old Man DK and Song Yinxing were only 4th grade inscriptionists. One could imagine how terrifying a 5th grade inscriptionist was. Chapter 339. Even Old Man DK and Song Yinxing were filled with reverence when they looked at the old man. Elder Blackheart, who was beside Song Yinxing, stared at the 5th grade alchemist with flickering eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Little friend Lin, that person is the president of the Inscription Union of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. He is the top alchemist in the Heavenly Mountain Empire and also the only 5th grade alchemist. Old man DK's voice was filled with envy. One could tell that he had a strong desire to become a 5th grade alchemist. The seats of the Pill Emperor Hall and the Medicine Emperor Hall were close to each other. The smell of gunpowder in the air was thick. Little girl Song, I heard that you guys have been in closed-door seclusion for half a month. Your strength must have increased by a lot, right? Wu Xiaoyu coldly laughed. I hope your furnaces won't explode when the time comes. If not, it would be so embarrassing in front of so many people. Song Chanchan was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. Wu Xiaoyu stared at her with wide eyes. Don't be too complacent. You guys will definitely lose for the second round. Song Chanchan gritted her teeth. She directly ignored Wu Xiaoyu. Her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent as she stared fixedly at Lin Xian. I'm glad that I didn't kill you back then. If not, there wouldn't be so many problems. However, I'll let you know how powerful I am today. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I'll accompany you any time. So you guys are the participating disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall? How pitifully weak. A voice filled with disdain drifted over, completely not placing Lin Xian and the rest in his eyes. What did you say? Say it again. The disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall were enraged. They were all heaven's chosen. How could they tolerate being looked down upon? However, when they saw the person who spoke, they all lost their imposing manner, because the one who looked down on them was none other than the short-haired young man. He was also the only 3rd grade alchemist in the younger generation. Facing such a character, the disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall felt a sense of inferiority. It wasn't that they didn't have talent, but rather, the other party was too monstrous. The short-haired young man, Duan Fei, looked down on the crowd. You are Lin Xian, a 2nd grade alchemist. Your strength is only SOSO. How disappointing. Strength isn't something that can be seen. It's something that can be determined through competition. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Is a 3rd grade alchemy inscription master that amazing? In my opinion, you're just SOSO. You dare to speak to me like that? Duan Fei's tone was stern and carried a hint of killing intent. You're really courting death. Song Qianshan sneered. You actually said that a third-grade alchemy inscription master is useless? Don't you know the rules? As long as senior brother Duan takes out his grade 3 medicinal pill, you'll lose for sure. Junior sister Song, let's go. When the time comes, we can just enjoy their tears of defeat. The group of people left arrogantly. Those from the Medicine Emperor courtyard felt extremely sullen in their hearts after losing the first round. This time around, they had to bring out their full strength and trample the Pill Emperor Hall beneath their feet. Seeing the disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall and Medicine Emperor Hall throwing out such harsh words, the spectators in the surroundings all cheered in unison. They were just here to watch the show and didn't mind if things got out of hand. Clang, clang, clang. Just as the crowd was engaged in a heated discussion, the crisp sound of a bell rang, reverberating throughout the Wind Moon Plaza. Instantly, the lively crowd quieted down. Countless gazes landed on the high platform in front of them, where an old figure stood. In the name of the president of the Inscription Union, I hereby announce that the 13th Pill King tournament will now begin. President Meng Chuan announced in a clear voice. His voice was like the waves of the sea, spreading in all directions. The crowd below erupted into earth-shattering cheers, scattering the clouds in the sky. President Meng Chuan's voice reverberated. Participants, please return to your seats. As his voice faded, hundreds of figures soared into the air, flying towards the black stone platform. Song Qianshan was clad in a green robe. Spiritual energy surged beneath her feet, forming a cloud that carried her towards the stone platform. So beautiful! She's simply a goddess descending to the mortal world. She's so young, but she's actually a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. The Medicine Emperor courtyard is really something. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed in admiration. The short-haired youth, Duan Fei, also flew with his hands behind his back. His movements were elegant and at ease, causing many female cultivators to scream. What are you pretending for? This young master knows how to do it too. Wu Xiaoyu's face was full of arrogance. He turned his head to look at Lin Xian and said disdainfully, You better think of a better posture. Don't throw the face of the Pill Emperor Hall. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot through the air like an arrow. These people were actually all harmonious spirit realm cultivators. Although Wu Xiaoyu's cultivation was somewhat exaggerated, he was still able to fly. The others didn't have such elegant movements. They weren't harmonious spirit realm cultivators, so they could only use their excellent movement techniques to get on the platform. After these people went up, the surrounding cultivators focused their attention on Lin Xian. They wouldn't forget that Lin Xian had defeated the Medicine Emperor courtyard with his new pills in the exhibition. He's actually not a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. How is he going to get up there? I don't know. He definitely can't fly up there. He should use his movement technique, but if he does, he'll be much weaker than Song Qianshan and the others. Lin Xian rubbed his nose. This was an alchemy competition. They should be competing on the quality of the pills. Why did they have to show off their movement technique? Could it be that having good movement technique would give them extra points? Lin Xian didn't understand, but since they wanted to show off, he would show them. On the stone platform, Duan Fei, Song Qianshan, and the others looked down at Lin Xian as if they were watching a show. On the platform, the alchemy masters were also waiting for Lin Xian to get on the stage. Song Yunqing and the others sneered. They couldn't wait for Lin Xian to fail. Under the crowd's anticipation, Lin Xian took a step forward. He walked up step by step as if he was climbing a staircase. What the hell? Does he really think that he's a harmonious spirit realm cultivator? If this continues, he'll fall to his death. Duan Fei looked down and sneered. What an idiot! But then his pupils shrunk and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Not only him, The surrounding cultivators all had their mouths wide open as if they had seen something terrifying. In the air, Lin Xian walked up step by step. His feet stepped on the air, and the shadow of a silver dragon emerged. Stepping on the air? This is impossible. He's not a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. How did he do it? Is he hiding his strength? The crowd guessed, but they didn't feel any spirit energy fluctuation. While the crowd was puzzled, President Meng Chuan smiled. Little guy, what a pure soul force. Old Monster Han, where did you find such a young man? As soon as President Meng Chuan spoke, the surrounding alchemy masters suddenly understood. They quickly sensed the changes in the sky. This is soul force. He actually used his soul force to make the stairs. The elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. This method was too terrifying. Not only did it require a strong soul force, it also required precise control. If there was a slight mistake, he would fall. Song Yunqing and the others' faces were gloomy. They stared at Lin Xian with hatred. How can this kid have such a pure soul? Don't be afraid. Although he's powerful, he still hasn't broken through to the 3rd grade. He's still lacking compared to Duanfei. We'll definitely win this competition. Elder Blackheart laughed. Chapter 340. Lin Xian used his soul power to create a staircase and walked through the air. This scene shocked many people. After a moment of silence, the crowd burst into loud cheers that spread out in all directions like waves. Deliberately mystifying things. Duanfei's face was cold. He was very disdainful of Lin Xian's performance. As long as he was willing, he could do 100 times better than Lin Xian. Song Qianshan's face also turned cold. She wished she could slap Lin Xian and make him fall to the ground. Lin Xian calmly walked to the stone platform as though he was ascending a staircase to heaven. He slowly sat down and seriously looked at the items on the platform. There were 3 sets of herbs and 1 pill formula written on paper. This pill formula required the alchemist to grasp the key details. It was much more difficult. It's about the same as I expected. 3 chances should be enough. Lin Xian put down the pill formula. In the distance, Duanfei sneered. No matter how much you show off your movement technique, you are still trash on the platform. I will let you know what a 3rd grade alchemist is. As a 3rd grade alchemist, he was very confident. In his opinion, defeating Lin Xian was very simple, and so was winning. At that moment, a crisp sound came from the square again. A faint light appeared in front of nearly 500 stone platforms. If one looked carefully, they would realize that it was a round bead. In the first round of the assessment, you have 3 chances. If you can refine a pill within the allotted time, you will be able to enter the next round. Now, let's begin. As soon as President Meng Chuan finished speaking, all the participants on the stone platforms took action. At that moment, all the alchemists on the stone platforms took out their cauldrons and began refining pills. Cauldrons of different colors appeared one after another, stimulating everyone's eyes. Lin Xian held the pill formula and thought carefully, simulating the refining process in his mind. In fact, he had refined pills many times. Every day he would take time to practice. Furthermore, he had Lord Alcohol's guidance, so his strength far exceeded his peers. After simulating the process in his mind, Lin Xian confirmed the key details before starting. He didn't take out the pill furnace, but drew the inscription pattern with his bare hands. Inscriptions appeared in the air, mysterious and profound. The herbs on the stone table flew up and started to decompose under the effects of the inscriptions. This phenomenon was very special among the pill furnaces that filled the sky. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Heavens, look, he's not using a pill furnace. You can refine pills without using a pill furnace? It's amazing. In the Heavenly Mountain Empire, most alchemists would use alchemy furnaces to refine pills because the inscriptions within the furnace could increase the success rate. It was their first time seeing someone like Lin Xian refining pills with his bare hands. The exclamations of the crowd below made the other alchemists on the stone platform unable to remain calm. Many of the contestants near Lin Xian stole glances at him. When they saw that Lin Xian was really refining pills with his bare hands, their eyelids twitched wildly. There were even a few people who didn't control their emotions well, causing their souls to go out of control. Rumbling sounds could be heard from within the pill furnace. Bang! Bang! The pill furnace trembled and emitted black smoke. It was obvious that the pill refinement had failed. Duan Fei also saw Lin Xian's performance from afar. His face was gloomy and a hint of hatred appeared in his eyes. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just trying to please the crowd and steal his limelight. As a third-grade alchemist, he should have been the focus of attention. However, with Lin Xian's appearance, he was no longer the focus of attention. "Damn you, I'll teach you a lesson." Duan Fei's voice was filled with killing intent. Song Qianqian was also furious. "You dare to refine pills with your bare hands? Do you really think you're an alchemy grandmaster? When you fail 3 times, I'll take a good look at your crying face." Lin Xian's performance made the disciples of the Medicine Emperor court angry. Even Wu Xiaoyu's expression turned ugly. "Pretentious, you're pretentious again." Wu Xiaoyu's face was ferocious. "I don't believe that you won't take out your pill furnace." The elders on the spectator stand were also surprised. Lin Xian's performance had once again exceeded their expectations. Other than DK, everyone else was shocked. Even President Meng Chuan revealed a pondering expression. In fact, even DK was shocked for a long time when he first saw Lin Xian refining pills with his bare hands. "This guy, he doesn't even know how to hide it in public." DK muttered softly. When Song Yunqing and the others heard this, their bodies trembled. Then, they glared fiercely at Lin Xian. Their gazes seemed to want to pierce through him. Once Lin Xian started refining, he forgot about everything in the outside world. He immersed himself in the refining process and used his soul force to sense every detail. Heart bluegrass, high-temperature extraction. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. Flame. While he was in a daze, cracks appeared on the inscription pattern in the air, and it shattered like glass. Ka! A crisp sound rang out. Although it was soft, it reached everyone's ears. "It's broken, it's broken. Lin Xian's inscription has shattered." "Haha, I knew it. That kid was pretending. Now he's screwed up." Wu Xiaoyu laughed maniacally. "Humph, flashy but useless trash." Duan Fei said disdainfully. Song Qianqian also looked at him with disdain. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian, especially Song Yunqing and the others. They all revealed expressions of schadenfreude. In their opinion, Lin Xian did not have the ability to refine pills with his bare hands. His actions were just to attract everyone's attention. There are 2 more chances, but there's not much time left. Song Yunqing sneered. Lin Xian didn't pay attention to what those people were saying. He looked at the pill formula carefully and pondered. He had already used the inscription pattern to simulate the flame. With his skills, there was no way he would make a mistake. However, the inscription still shattered. That's right. Flame extraction is only to extract the heart bluegrass's liquid. I don't have to use flame inscriptions at all. Lin Xian instantly understood. As an inscription master, he faced the situation of failing every day. Even the top alchemy masters could not guarantee a 100% success rate. What they could do was to try their best to increase the success rate. Therefore, the first failure did not affect Lin Xian at all. If he could not even accept this, then how could he talk about reaching the peak of alchemy? Looking around, Lin Xian discovered that the others were refining with all their might. Among them, Duan Fei and Song Qianqian were the fastest. Looking at the fluctuations of the aura, it seemed that they were at the final stage. As expected of a third-grade alchemy master, his ability is indeed not for show. Lin Xian praised. Duan Fei's technique was very practiced. He easily controlled the pill furnace and continuously inscribed inscriptions. As a third-grade alchemy master, this was not difficult for him at all. Song Qianshan's performance was also very relaxed. As Song Yunqing's daughter, she had learned alchemy from Song Yuanqing since young. Looking at her technique, she had the demeanor of a master. As expected of the dean's daughter, "You have some ability." Lin Xian retracted his gaze and began the second refinement. Chapter 341. Although Lin Xian had only learned alchemy for a short period of time, he had astonishing talent. Furthermore, he had a master like Lord Alcohol as his teacher. Therefore, he didn't fear anyone. With a flick of his finger, Lin Xian drew another inscription. What? He's not using a cauldron? The crowd below was shocked. Humph! Refining pills with his bare hands is simply courting death. Song Yunqing sneered. Even the third hall master frowned. What is this brat doing? Doesn't he know that this is a competition? On the other hand, old man DK was very calm. He narrowed his eyes as he sat in his wheelchair, looking very calm. No one knew how terrifying Lin Xian was more than him. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. With his first experience, Lin Xian was very familiar with the process. He skillfully separated and extracted the herbs. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. It was very pleasing to the eye. The crowd below was dumbfounded. How was this alchemy? This was an art. President Meng Chuan looked at Lin Xian's technique and nodded repeatedly. It doesn't look like the alchemy technique of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. It's an extremely exquisite technique. Time passed bit by bit. During this period, the stone platforms lost their light and became dim. This also meant that the contestants on the stone platforms had used up their 3 chances and could only leave regretfully. Buzz! The air trembled as the fragrance of a pill spread out. It was getting thicker and thicker. Everyone looked over and saw Duan Fei patting his cauldron. A round blue pill flew out. With a wave of his hand, he picked up the pill bottle and quickly placed it into the cauldron. The audience below burst into applause and cheers that shook the heavens. Among them, the Medicine Emperor court was the happiest. They were suppressed to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads in the first round. Now, they wanted to vent all their resentment in the second round. Isn't your pill Emperor Hall powerful? We have a third-grade alchemist. We can crush you to death in minutes. After Duan Fei finished, Song Qianshan also successfully collected the pill. The first 2 were completed by the disciples of the Medicine Emperor Court. This made the disciples of the Medicine Emperor Court extremely happy. After this, more and more contestants completed their alchemy. On the Pill Emperor Court side, many disciples also completed their alchemy. After all, they were a top force. Although they didn't have a third-grade alchemist, they still had quite a few second-grade alchemists. However, Lin Xian, who had performed amazingly before, was still in the process of refining. Time was running out. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. Could it be that he was going to retreat after being defeated here? That's for sure. Do you really think you can concoct pills without using a pill furnace? The disciple from the Medicine Emperor courtyard sneered. Let's see how he's going to deal with this. Duan Fei looked over and sneered. Trash will always be trash. When you need real ability, you'll become so weak that you can't even withstand a single blow. How are you going to compete with us with this level of skill? Song Qianshan scoffed. Even old man DK was a little worried. This kid won't screw it up, right? The time had already entered the countdown, but Lin Xian still hadn't finished. F***CK. Hurry up, we're running out of time. A disciple from the Pill Emperor Hall anxiously shouted. However, Lin Xian didn't panic at all. His hands were unusually steady. At the last moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and waved his hands. The liquid in his hands rapidly gathered together, forming a round pill. At this moment, a dazzling blue light shone in the sky. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian placed the pill into a pill bottle. F***CK, that scared me to death. The disciple from the Pill Emperor Hall was sweating profusely. Even the palms of the elders below were sweating. However, Lin Xian still had a confident smile on his face. He didn't panic at all. Your luck is very good, but I'm afraid you won't have such a chance next time. Duan Fei had a lofty expression on his face. Is that so? Luck is also a part of strength. Don't you know? Lin Xian smiled. Humph, you only know how to talk. Alchemists don't rely on their mouths to make a living. Song Qianqian snorted. Lin Xian shrugged. He wasn't willing to explain to these senseless people. On the spectator stand, DK and the others heaved a sigh of relief. I can't take it anymore. I'm too old. I can't take this kind of stimulation. Song Yunqing snorted. You can laugh after the quality check is over. I don't think a pill refined with bare hands can be any good. Elder Blackheart, beside him, was very confident. In terms of quality, no one could compare to Duan Fei. Everyone fell silent. Duan Fei was a third-grade alchemist. He had an absolute advantage. All right, the pill refining segment is over. Now, participants without any light on the stone platform, please step down. President Meng Chuan said in a clear voice. Immediately, the participating disciples walked down the stone platform dejectedly. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Give me a few more breaths of time, and I'll definitely be able to complete it. That's right. I only have 3 chances. Maybe I'll succeed on the 4th try. These people left with endless resentment. The entire square suddenly became much emptier. Lin Xian was astonished. He stared at the empty stone platform with shock in his heart. More than 100 people were eliminated. This elimination rate was truly terrifying. Next, we will test the pills. The quality of the pills will also be recorded in your results. Of course, we will also eliminate some useless pills during this process. Now, let's begin the pill testing. After President Meng Chuan finished speaking, a fist-sized groove appeared in the center of the stone platform. By placing the pills inside, the quality of the pills would be tested. Everyone followed his instructions and placed their pills into the groove. Lin Xian looked curiously at the groove and placed his pills in as well. In the next moment, the stone platforms in the square began to emit different colors. Some of the blue lights were as bright as stars, while others were as bright as fireflies. Different intensities represented different grades. Of course, there were also some stone platforms that completely dimmed. This meant that the pills refined were useless and would also be eliminated. Impossible. How can the pills I refine be useless? There must be a problem with the test. Some participants were unconvinced. What a scam. Not a single key detail was given. How can it be refined? Dozens of participants walked down the stone platform while cursing. 1 or 2 lunatics slammed the stone platform with all their might to vent their dissatisfaction. But even so, it didn't change the fact that they were eliminated. At this moment, a blue pillar of light lit up, illuminating the surroundings. Wow, this blue light is so bright. It's Duan Fei. Did you guys see that? He's from our Medicine Emperor Hall. A disciple from the Medicine Emperor Hall exclaimed in excitement. It's actually a high-grade emptiness pill, as expected of a third-grade alchemist. An elder from the Inscription Alliance nodded with a smile. Buzz! Another blue light flashed. Song Qianqian's stone platform also lit up. Although this light was slightly weaker than Duan Fei's, it still reached the level of a high-grade emptiness pill. As the blue light flashed, the grades of the pills refined by the participants were revealed. Other than Duan Fei and Song Qianqian, someone from the Pill Emperor Hall also refined a high-grade pill. But compared to the Medicine Emperor Hall, it was still lacking. Not to mention Duan Fei, even Song Qianqian's pill was brighter than the Pill Emperor Hall's. Is the Pill Emperor Hall going to lose? There's still hope. Lin Xian's pill hasn't been tested yet. Everyone looked at Lin Xian, waiting for his result. Chapter 342. Other than Lin Xian, all the pills concocted by the disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall had already been lost to the Medicine Emperor Hall. Hence, Lin Xian became the last hope of the crowd. Humph. Duan Fei's face was cold as he held onto his cauldron, his eyes filled with disdain. As a third-grade alchemist, he didn't place Lin Xian in his eyes at all. How can a pill concocted by his bare hands be better than one concocted by us using a high-quality cauldron? Song Qianshan sneered. The majority of the crowd didn't think highly of Lin Xian. Firstly, it was because Lin Xian was only a second-grade alchemist. It was impossible for him to win against Duan Fei. Secondly, these people didn't believe that Lin Xian could concoct pills with his bare hands. At most, he was just trying to please the crowd. Lin Xian wasn't anxious at all. He calmly waited for the result. It's been so long, there's no movement. Could it be a waste pill? Someone asked. It's very possible. If that's the case, the Pill Emperor Hall is finished. Soon after, this suspicion spread in all directions. Everyone thought that Lin Xian had concocted a waste pill. Those from the Pill Emperor Hall felt their hearts in their mouths. Wong, wong. The stone platform trembled slightly as a faint blue light appeared. It's out, but the light is so weak. A disciple from the Medicine Emperor Hall laughed. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, a beam of blue light gushed out, as bright as the sun, illuminating the surroundings. Everyone covered their eyes with their hands as they exclaimed in shock. Heavens, what a dazzling light! Impossible! Didn't he concoct a waste pill? Those from the Medicine Emperor Hall couldn't believe it. Seeing the light, Duan Fei's face sank. His expression was gloomy as he clenched his fists. Spiritual energy surged violently in his body. Damnable fellow, what did he concoct? Duan Fei couldn't understand why the light was so dazzling. Song Qianshan's face was also pale, her eyes filled with disbelief. On the spectator stand, President Meng Chuan narrowed his eyes as he stared at the blue light in the sky. He took a deep breath. Top-grade emptiness pill. Top-grade. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they sucked in a breath of cold air. Generally, high-grade medicinal pills were already very good. However, above high-grade medicinal pills, there was a type of peak-grade medicinal pill. This kind of pill could only be refined by very few alchemy grandmasters, and it also required a certain amount of luck. Elder Blackheart's expression was ugly. He had said before the competition that Duan Fei would definitely win. However, he was slapped in the face again. He was about to go crazy. Ever since he met Lin Xian, every word he said could not be fulfilled. He was an alchemy grandmaster. Even Song Yunqing had to be respectful to him. However, he was repeatedly defeated by Lin Xian. This brat is very strange. He seems to specialize in restraining me. The more Elder Blackheart thought about it, the more terrified he became. We can't let this kid live. Murderous intent appeared in his eyes. If he allowed Lin Xian to succeed, he would only become more and more unlucky. Song Yunqing, who was standing at the side, trembled slightly. He could feel the terrifying killing intent, and his heart was in turmoil. It seems like Elder Blackheart wants to kill him. That's good too. There's no need for a person like Lin Xian to live in this world. The people from the Medicine Emperor courtyard sat with ugly expressions. However, the Pill Emperor Hall elders beside them were all laughing. Lin Gongzi is too naughty. He always makes things so thrilling. Elder Jean laughed. We're old. Our hearts can't withstand such torment. What do you know? This is exciting. The group of elders was in a good mood. Asterisk, 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 asterisk luck. It must be asterisk, 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 asterisk luck. Duan Fei roared inwardly. I don't believe you can keep being lucky. It's just luck. It will run out sooner or later. In the next few rounds, I will make you suffer a crushing defeat." Duan Fei said angrily. "Is that so? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Good luck will follow me forever." The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. "Hee, old Han, this little fellow is not bad." Meng Chuan laughed. DK nodded. "To be honest, I don't know where his bottom line is. However, it doesn't seem difficult to defeat Duan Fei." As the old monsters conversed, the square changed again. A dazzling blue light soared into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Damn, another top-notch pill. Everyone was in an uproar. Had they seen a ghost today? 2 top-notch pills had actually appeared. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They all looked towards the source of the light. Even Lin Xian frowned. Before this, he hadn't discovered any experts. The blue light was like the sun, making everyone unable to open their eyes. Lin Xian used his ocular technique and looked behind him. There was a red-robed alchemist there. He wore a cloak on his head, concealing his entire body. "He's actually an alchemist from a small faction?" Lin Xian frowned. This person gave him a strange feeling. It reminded him of the people from the Nether Hall. However, if this person belonged to the Black Dragon sect, then what was Elder Blackheart's identity? For a moment, Lin Xian frowned. He couldn't figure it out. He originally thought that Elder Blackheart was from the Black Dragon sect, but now he had doubts. Not only was Lin Xian puzzled, but everyone else was also shocked. A top-notch pill was too shocking. If Lin Xian could refine it, everyone would be able to accept it. After all, Lin Xian had made the Medicine Emperor courtyard suffer a great loss a few days ago. But now an unknown alchemist had actually managed to refine a top-grade pill. This was simply too shocking. Duan Fei's face couldn't be any darker. Before the competition, he disdained to compete with Lin Xian and the others. But now there were actually 2 people who surpassed him in alchemy. Furthermore, neither of them were third-grade alchemists. This dealt a serious blow to his confidence. Who is this person? Not only were Lin Xian and the others shocked, but Meng Chuan and the other seniors were also surprised. The elders looked at each other and shook their heads. They actually didn't recognize the red-robed alchemist. "Which faction is he from?" asked Meng Chuan. The middle-aged man beside him hurriedly flipped through the information and quickly said, "He's a participant from the He family." He family? Meng Chuan frowned slightly as he looked at the red-robed alchemist. Sensing everyone's gazes, the red-robed alchemist raised his head. Under the red cloak was a very young and tender face. His long and narrow eyes actually carried a trace of green light. How is this possible? He's so young. Everyone was alarmed. Lin Xian pursed his lips. From the looks of it, he's at most 14 or 15 years old. He's just a child. It's impossible for him to refine top-notch pills at such a young age. DK shook his head. If there really was such an alchemy genius, they would have long heard of him. "Check his exact information," said Meng Chuan in a deep voice. "Found him. He's a 15-year-old participant from the He family. His name is He Nian." He Nian? Many elders in the spectator stands tried their best to recall, but they had never heard of this name. "What do you think?" asked Meng Chuan. "I seem to have seen his alchemy technique just now." "It doesn't seem to be from the Heavenly Mountain Empire," said an elder beside him. "The Ji family is at the borders of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. Could he be an alchemist from another country?" Chapter 343. Even if he's an alchemy inscription master from another country, we should have heard of such a young genius, said Song Yunqing in a deep voice. He was in an extremely bad mood. One Lin Xian was enough to annoy him, but now another genius had appeared. If this continued, they would definitely lose the second round. If they lost the second round, the Medicine Emperor courtyard would have no chance of becoming the champion. There's no rule against finding helpers in the competition. Everyone knows this. Therefore, even if he's not from Heavenly Mountain, we can't stop him from participating in the competition. Unless what? Seeing Meng Chuan remain silent, the surrounding elders became anxious. Unless he's over 30 years old. That would violate the competition rules. Over 30 years old. Wu Xiong was stunned. Does guild leader Meng suspect that he's faking it? We can't rule out that possibility. After all, he can refine top-notch pills at such a young age. His talent is too terrifying. It was no wonder that they were surprised. This talent was indeed terrifying. After all, these people were all top masters in Heavenly Mountain Empire. When they were 15 years old, they had probably only been able to inscribe pill patterns, not to mention refining pills. Even Lin Xian, who was already 18 years old, was no exception. According to the customs of the Lingwu continent, an 18-year-old was an adult. Get him to remove his cloak. Let's investigate him properly, said Song Yunqing in a deep voice. President Meng Chuan shook his head and said to the people beside him, "Where's the He family? Get them to come over." While Meng Chuan and company were discussing, the crowd below was also discussing. They hadn't expected such a change, but they were all excited. A dark horse. 2 dark horses actually appeared at once. This year's competition is too exciting. It seems like this change has shocked the inscription union. I thought that Lin Xian would be the big winner. I never expected there to be such a change. As everyone was discussing, a middle-aged man in a red robe appeared in the spectator stands. He Ming from the He family greets seniors. "Are you the He family's family head?" asked Meng Chuan in a deep voice. "Yes," He Ming asked cautiously. "May I know why seniors are looking for me?" "Is He Nian, who refined a top-notch pill, a disciple of your He family?" "Yes." He Ming revealed a smug expression. He Nian has been talented in alchemy since he was young. Furthermore, he was taught by an expert before, which is why he was able to refine that kind of pill. An expert? DK was suspicious. Are experts so common nowadays? "Let him take off his cloak," Song Yunqing said. "All right," He Ming replied respectfully. Then he turned to the square and shouted, "He Nian, take off your cloak!" Everyone looked over curiously, wanting to see the true face of this young genius. On the stone platform, the red-robed disciple slowly stood up and reached out his fair hand to take off the cloak on his head. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and under the cloak was an abnormally pale face, as if she had never seen the sun for a long time. A pair of dark green eyes, incomparably cold, without a trace of emotion. This He Nian is actually a young girl. Everyone was stunned. Meng Chuan and the other elders used their soul force to investigate and discovered that it wasn't a disguise. However, the pair of dark green eyes made them feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Lin Xian used his ocular technique and looked up. In the distance, He Nian seemed to sense Lin Xian's gaze and suddenly turned her head. His dark green eyes actually glowed with a strange light. The corners of her mouth curled up into a cold smile. Such cold eyes. She doesn't look like a young girl at all. Lin Xian was puzzled, but he couldn't find any evidence. It wasn't just Lin Xian. Meng Chuan and company couldn't find any evidence either. What's with her eyes? DK asked. It's a special cultivation technique. After cultivating it, one will become like this. Furthermore, they will become especially cold, He Ming answered. You may leave, Meng Chuan said. Yes. After He Ming left, Meng Chuan and company frowned. It feels very strange. I'm guessing that she's definitely not a young girl. Third Palace Master snorted coldly, but we don't have any evidence. It's useless even if we say it. We might even be criticized for bullying the weak. DK shook his head. We can only continue with the competition, President Meng Chuan said. Then he stood up and said in a clear voice, we discussed it just now. The results of the competition are out. The current leaders are Lin Xian from Pill Emperor Hall and He Nian from He Clan. The third place is Duan Fei from Medicine Emperor Hall. Next, the second round will begin. Everyone, please prepare. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the unknown He Clan would produce a dark horse. Even the Medicine Emperor Hall was defeated. Is the Medicine Emperor Hall going to suffer another tragedy? Many people guessed. On the stone platform, Duan Fei's face was cold. Damn it. Where did this brat come from? He can actually refine a top-grade pill. He was going crazy. He couldn't wait for the second round's questions to be extremely difficult. That way, he would be able to use his advantage as a third-grade pill inscription master. As President Meng Chuan's voice fell, the stone platform changed. The mechanism below delivered new things. This time, there were 2 sets of herbs. Beside them was a jade slip. Many people were overjoyed. Jade slips were different from paper. They could record the details of pill refinement. With a jade slip, the success rate of pill refinement would increase by 40%. Jade slip? Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. Logically speaking, the questions should be harder and harder. Now that the jade slip was given, it should be very strange. He picked up the jade slip and used his soul force to scan it. After a while, he smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. The jade slip recorded the recipe of a pill called Vitality Pill. It was very detailed and comprehensive. All the key details were clearly explained. As long as one followed the instructions, the success rate would reach 80%. Could it be that the questions are easy? Just when Lin Xian was doubting, President Meng Chuan spoke again. The rules are the same as the previous round. If you succeed in refining within the time limit, you can enter the next round. After explaining the rules, many participants impatiently began to refine their pills. Reading the jade slip to refine pills was a process they were very familiar with. Medicinal herbs were placed into the furnace, one by one. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. AI, forget it. Let's refine according to the recipe first. Lin Xian shrugged and began to draw the inscription. In the distance, the young girl He Nian once again put on her cloak, covering half of her face. She picked up the jade slip and quickly read through it. The corner of He Nian's mouth curled up into a sneer. The green light in her eyes intensified. Low-level tricks. Is this the standard of the people from Heavenly Mountain Empire? It seems that I will win the second round easily. After saying that, she drew a strange arc with her palm, constantly controlling the furnace. President Meng Chuan looked at the busy participants in the square and revealed an expectant expression. I wonder who will be the first to discover it. Chapter 344. With the jade slip pill formulas, refining medicinal pills became much simpler. Many participants couldn't wait to start refining pills. They wanted to obtain a good ranking. However, there were some who remained skeptical. They didn't believe that the second round would be so simple, so they read the jade slip pill formula over and over again. However, no matter how they looked at it, there was no problem. It doesn't seem fake. Song Chan rested her chin on her hand as she pondered seriously. No matter what the problem is, it won't stump me. Duan Fei was full of confidence. In the end, they all chose to start refining pills. Wind Moon Square fell silent once again. Everyone waited patiently and whispered about who would win. In the stands, Meng Chuan and company focused their attention on the red-robed girl named He Nian. They constantly analyzed her every move. Looking at her cauldron control and habit of taking out herbs, it's hard to believe that she's a 15-year-old youth. Her proficiency level is at least a few decades. There must be something wrong with her. These people were all alchemy masters. When they observed a person together, they quickly discovered something amiss. However, this alone wasn't enough to expose her. Meng Chuan sighed. Although I don't know what her motive is, I don't wish for the second round's victor to be an unknown person. Don't worry, guild leader Meng. Lin Xian won't lose, said DK with a smile. Humph. Duan Fei is a third-grade alchemist. It's even more impossible for him to lose. Song Yunqing snorted coldly, just as these people were conversing. There was a new change in the square. Bam! In the quiet square, a low and deep sound suddenly rang out. Everyone looked up in puzzlement and saw black smoke coming out of a participant's cauldron on the stone platform. What's going on? What happened? It looks like a cauldron explosion. A cauldron explosion? Everyone had strange expressions. However, when they discovered the identity of the disciple, their expressions became even stranger. That seems to be a disciple of the medicine sovereign court. Why did his cauldron explode again? Everyone noticed this, and quite a few people laughed softly. The faces of the people from the medicine sovereign court immediately darkened. Their cauldron explosion had yet to calm down, and now their cauldrons had exploded again in front of everyone. Trash, you're really trash. Song Yunqing was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He growled in a low voice, "Who can tell me what's going on?" The surrounding elders of the medicine sovereign hall all had extremely heavy expressions on their faces. They were all silent, not knowing how to reply. Hee, I think the standard of your medicine emperor courtyard is really too low. You might as well close your doors. Third hall master Wu Xiong mocked mercilessly. The faces of those from the medicine emperor courtyard turned red, and they felt like dying. On the stone platform, the disciple whose furnace exploded was also stunned. His eyes were empty as he repeated the words repeatedly. That's impossible. I'm following the pill formula. There's no way I'm wrong. How could this be? Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, another cauldron explosion. Wu Xiaoyu gloated. Your medicine emperor courtyard really specializes in cauldron explosions. As soon as he finished speaking, another bang was heard, and the sound of a furnace exploding came from the stone platform. Wu Xiaoyu's face was charred black. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and his expression became uglier and uglier. F***CK, what's going on? It's impossible for me to make a mistake. Damn you, it's all your fault. You passed on your bad habit of cauldron explosions to me. Get the hell away from me. Wu Xiaoyu roared madly. The crowd below was also stunned. There was actually someone whose furnace exploded, and the two of them were standing right next to each other. Could it be that cauldron explosions were really contagious? Humph. Seems like the disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall aren't much. Song Yunqing's expression softened. The one whose furnace exploded seems to be Brother Wu's son, right? I really don't know how Brother Wu teaches his juniors. Song Yunqing finally found a chance to retaliate. The other elders of the Medicine Emperor courtyard also mocked and ridiculed. You! The third hall master was so angry that he was trembling. He clenched his fists so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. This is too embarrassing. Little brat, see how I'll deal with you when we return. The third hall master gritted his teeth. Just as the crowd was discussing and mocking, the stone platform changed again. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous sounds rang out, and like firecrackers, they exploded in the air. Almost half of the participants had their furnaces exploding. Everyone was stunned. There's a problem. DK furrowed his brows. If one or two people had their furnaces exploding, it would definitely be because they weren't skilled enough. But if over 100 people made the same mistake at the same time, it would be strange. Seems like the second round isn't as simple as we thought. Not far away, Elder Blackheart's eyes flashed. With so many people exploding their furnaces at the same time, it created a loud sound that directly disturbed the other participants. As more and more people failed, even the air was filled with impatience and uneasiness. Bang! Song Qianqian's furnace trembled, and black smoke rose from it. Failed! She bit her lips, and her face was filled with doubt. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He was still holding a stalk of medicinal herb in his hand. He was supposed to put it in at this moment. However, he stopped in his tracks. He knew Song Qianqian's strength. She could be considered one of the top 5 existences here. However, even she had failed. This matter was too strange. Could it be that there's a problem with the pill formula? He immediately thought of the pill formula, because not long ago he had also created a fake pill formula that caused the Medicine Emperor courtyard to explode. However, there were many kinds of fake pill formulas that could cause cauldrons to explode. Lin Xian didn't know which one it was. As expected of the Pill King competition, it can actually deceive everyone. Lin Xian sighed softly in his heart. He could only investigate bit by bit and ensure that he found the problem during the refinement process. Not long after, Shi Taishan's voice sounded again. Duan Fei sat with a gloomy expression. In front of him was a useless pill. Damn it, where did it go wrong? He scratched his head hard and read the pill formula again. The crowd below exclaimed, Duan Fei is one of the 3 alchemists. Even he has failed. Looks like the second round is much more difficult than we thought. There are still 5 people left. I wonder if they can succeed in one try? The crowd began to look forward to it. Among the 5 people who were still refining, there was Lin Xian and the red-robed girl, He Nian. The remaining 3 were alchemists from other factions. Because they had refined late, they probably hadn't made any mistakes yet. Even so, their foreheads were already covered in sweat. Time passed, and someone began to refine again. However, not long after, a low sound came from the sky again. Looking at the shattered pill, the Medicine Emperor courtyard participant wanted to cry, but had no tears. Damn it! What kind of lousy pill formula is this? I clearly refined it according to the formula. That disciple's face was filled with indignation as he cursed wildly. There were only 2 chances in the second round, so that disciple was eliminated. Seeing his lonely figure walk down the stone stage, the remaining participants felt a chill in their hearts. If they couldn't find the problem within the time limit, they would be disqualified like that person. Chapter 345. The Wind Moon Plaza fell into silence. Every contestant was racking their brains. Those who had the slightest idea did not dare to try again. After all, they only had one chance. If they failed, they could only leave. Just like that, everyone fell into a vicious circle. Sensing the tense atmosphere in the air, Lin Xian became even more careful. He merged the herbs one by one, and the pill slowly took shape. Everyone's eyes were on him. Merge the purple lilac, inky jade grass, and yellow sand fruit. Lin Xian put in the purple lilac. When he picked up the inky jade grass, his body suddenly trembled. No, he seemed to have realized something, and his face became very ugly. The order is wrong. Although the pill recipe said to merge the 3 herbs, it did not say the order. It was obvious that the order listed was not the order of merging. This was a detail. Most people would merge according to the order listed. But who would have thought that it was randomly listed and was not the order of merging? A group of old foxes. They are indeed sinister. Lin Xian's face darkened. He now understood, but the order was wrong. Sai, forget it. I still have one more chance. I should be able to succeed. Lin Xian put in the yellow sand fruit, which immediately caused the pill to tremble. The inscriptions were broken, and the pill refinement failed. The pill that was about to take shape shattered into pieces and fell on the stone platform. He failed again. Even Lin Xian failed. Is the second round really that difficult? Everyone's faces were ugly. He failed as expected. I didn't even notice the problem. How could he succeed? Duan Fei sneered. When the people from the Medicine Emperor court saw that Lin Xian also failed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they were really afraid that Lin Xian would succeed on his first try. It seems that he must have been lucky to succeed in the previous round. Elder Blackheart snorted coldly. Everyone was back to the starting line. It was time to see who could find the problem first. Everyone waited. No, there's another person refining. Elder DK's pupils constricted. At that moment, everyone looked at the stone platform. The hundreds of contestants on the platform all stopped refining and were thinking hard. However, in the corner, there was a red-robed figure who was calmly refining. It's her, a disciple of the He family. Everyone was stunned. They realized that Hinyen's furnace did not explode. How could this be? Is there no problem with the pill formula? Many people were stunned. Could it be that she has found the problem? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If that was really the case, then this Hinyen was too terrifying. Impossible. That guy definitely hasn't reached the crucial point yet. Duan Fei didn't believe it. It wasn't just Duan Fei who didn't believe it. The alchemy grandmasters in the stands didn't believe it either. Song Yunxing's face darkened. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Old Meng, what's wrong with you? Those little guys are all stumped. DK frowned. If we let this unknown guy win, I'm afraid the consequences won't be good. Right? Sigh. Now I'm sure that person isn't a 15-year-old girl. Meng Chuan said in a deep voice. I hope someone can discover the problem. In the square, looking at the relaxed red-robed girl, everyone was very anxious. Humph, a bunch of idiots. You can't even see the problem. The red-robed girl scoffed. Although her voice was very soft, the square was very quiet. Furthermore, everyone's cultivation levels weren't low. Therefore, everyone heard her words very clearly. Damn it, what's with the arrogance? Duan Fei was furious. As a third-grade alchemist, it was already very embarrassing that he didn't find the problem immediately. Now, someone was mocking him in front of his face. This was unbearable. However, he couldn't find a way to retaliate. He could only be angry. By the side, Song Qianqian and company also had bitter expressions. That fellow actually didn't make any mistakes. It looks like she must have found the problem. Lin Xian frowned. From the looks of it, she's only halfway through the refinement. There should be a chance for her to catch up. With this in mind, Lin Xian's gaze turned sharp. His goal was the White Dragon Ascension pill, so he had to win. With a wave of his hand, the last herb floated into the air. Lin Xian's fingers danced as he quickly separated and extracted the herbs. The 5 herbs tumbled under the effect of the inscription and gradually disintegrated. *CK, is he crazy? He's actually extracting 5 herbs at the same time. Everyone exclaimed when they saw Lin Xian's actions. He's only a second-grade alchemist. He actually dares to operate on multiple lines. Isn't he afraid of making a mistake? This is the last chance. He can't be careless. A second-grade alchemist dares to operate on 5 lines. He's really courting death. Duan Fei sneered. He didn't believe that Lin Xian could succeed. In the stands, the elders were also shocked when they saw Lin Xian's actions. However, President Meng Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Little fellow, have you found the problem? Lin Xian pushed his soul force to the limit. His fingers were abnormally nimble as they drew inscriptions in the air as fast as lightning. In almost an instant, he finished separating the herbs. What the hell, he actually succeeded. Wu Xiaoyu was shocked. Duan Fei, Song Qianqian, and the others had ugly expressions. Lin Xian had once again exceeded their expectations. He's so fast. Is he competing with Hinyen for time? Someone asked doubtfully. It seems to be true. Everyone realized the situation. Could it be that Lin Xian discovered the problem? Thinking of this, they all widened their eyes. Because Hinyen was using a cauldron, no one could see the refining process. However, Lin Xian was different. He was refining with his bare hands. The entire process was exposed. In the corner, Hinyen sneered when she learned that Lin Xian wanted to compete with her for first place. What an idiot. If you want to compete with me, you'll have to train for a few more decades. With that, she increased her refining speed. After Lin Xian extracted all the herbs, he began to fuse them. He stretched out his finger, and the 3 balls of liquid fused together. Heavens, even the fusion is a multi-line operation. Is this guy still human? Is he really only a 2nd-grade alchemist? Why do I feel that he's stronger than a 3rd-grade alchemist? Everyone exclaimed. They looked at Lin Xian even more seriously. Soon, it's almost the purple lilac grass. I failed here last time. Song Qianchan became nervous. Everyone clenched their fists. They had all failed at this place. He put in the yellow sand fruit first? Song Qianchan exclaimed. Lin Xian fused the yellow sand fruit first, followed by the purple lilac grass and inky jade grass. In an instant, everyone understood. The order in the pill formula is wrong. F*CK, how sinister. I actually defaulted to the order. Many disciples exclaimed and kept slapping their heads. Duan Fei, Song Qianchan, and the others' expressions changed. If it was a normal pill refinement, they wouldn't have made such a mistake. However, they were nervous in the Pill King competition today. Due to their loss in the first round and the pressure from Lin Xian and He Nian, they neglected this detail. However, everything was fine now. Everything was clear. There's still a chance. This was everyone's thought. Chapter 346. Lin Xian's pill refining process was seen by everyone, so the problem that troubled them was solved. When the people below learned about it, they were also enlightened. They were even more impressed with Lin Xian. He was actually able to find the crux of the problem in an instant. However, what shocked them even more was that He Nian was even faster than Lin Xian. Seeing that everyone had started refining pills, Meng Chuan and the other elders of the Inscription Union heaved a sigh of relief. It's not too late. There's still a chance. There wasn't much time left. Everyone was going all out. Lin Xian quickly fused and pushed his strength to the limit. He was very fast, but He Nian was even faster. No, that guy is too terrifying. The Pill Emperor Hall elder below sighed. No, Lin Xian will definitely win. DK clenched his fists. Lin Xian and He Nian attracted countless gazes. Their techniques were all very exquisite, dazzling the eyes of the spectators. Lin Xian's multitasking greatly shortened the time, and it didn't take long for him to catch up to He Nian. However, He Nian relied on her experienced techniques and didn't let Lin Xian overtake her. Who do you think will be first? DK asked worriedly. President Meng Chuan's eyes flashed as he tapped his finger on the chair. It's still not certain. Although Lin Xian's multitasking is very amazing, He Nian is even more experienced. Her experience has saved her a lot of unnecessary movements. So, it's really hard to guess the result. The elders fell silent. If President Meng Chuan couldn't tell, they couldn't tell either. It seemed that they could only wait patiently. Lin Xian was multitasking, fusing 3 balls of liquid at the same time. Although he was extremely fast, the consumption of his soul was also huge. At this moment, his forehead was already covered in sweat and his face was pale. It was obvious that this was a sign of excessive soul consumption. You're too inexperienced to play with me. He Nian sneered. The crowd below also noticed this problem, and many people stood up nervously. Not good. Lin Xian can't hold on any longer. Is the Pill Emperor Hall going to lose? Old man DK also sat up straight and supported himself on the wheelchair with both hands. Lin Xian, you can't lose. In the corner, the He clan members looked up at the sky, and an undetectable green light appeared in their eyes. He Nian is about to form a pill. Someone called out, and everyone's gazes shifted to the source of the voice. On the stone platform, He Nian's cauldron was emitting a pill fragrance that was getting thicker and thicker. If this goes on, we're going to lose. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, a hint of viciousness appearing in his eyes. I must obtain the White Dragon Ascension pill. His fingers moved, and the 3 balls of liquid suddenly collided together, continuously fusing and splashing. F***CK, he's crazy. He's too impatient. He can't control this fusion method at all. President Meng Chuan shook his head and sighed. Hurry up and separate. If this goes on, it will become a waste pill. Old man DK was also anxious. However, Lin Xian ignored them. He crazily circulated his soul force and circulated the soul cultivation method that Lord Alcohol had taught him. All the soul force in his body surged out to control the fusion of the pills. But this process only lasted for a few seconds before losing its effect. Sigh, it's over. It's going to become a waste pill. Yeah, Lin Xian is too impatient. Humph. I knew this kid couldn't do it. Song Yunqing snorted. DK, on the other hand, looked disappointed. He won so easily. Hinian also sensed Lin Xian's situation, and the disdain in his eyes intensified. However, at that moment, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. The surrounding air trembled like boiling water. A massive soul force surged out of Lin Xian's body and swept out in all directions. Everyone stared at the stone platform in a daze as they exclaimed. Nearby, Song Qianqian, Duan Fei, and company also felt the soul force, and their expressions changed. A 3rd-grade alchemist. Duan Fei screamed. Impossible, he actually broke through. Song Qianqian was shocked. The powerful soul force enveloped the pill, and it quickly fused into a pill. Buzz! The void trembled, and inscriptions flickered. A pill fragrance wafted out. Following that, Lin Xian's fingers moved, and a pure white pill was placed into a bottle. It all happened in an instant, and by the time everyone reacted, Lin Xian had already refined the pill. Too cool! He actually broke through at the last moment. That's great, as expected of a genius. Old man DK laughed loudly. Damn it! Hinian's face was ferocious, and her pupils instantly turned into the shape of a date seed, emitting a dark green glow. Fortunately, she was covered by a cloak, so no one noticed. Who is this guy? She spat out these words through gritted teeth. Her expression did not resemble that of a 15-year-old child at all. However, no matter how irritable she was, she could not change this fact. Not long after, Hinian's cauldron trembled, and a round pill floated out. This speed was already very shocking, but it still lost to Lin Xian. The entire square was filled with tsunami-like cheers. These cheers were for Lin Xian. Everyone was convinced by his stunning performance. Xiao Xuanzi, you were very decisive just now. Aren't you afraid of failure? Asked Lord Alcohol with a chuckle. To me, getting 2nd place is no different from failure, replied Lin Xian via voice transmission. Didn't I succeed? It looks like my decision was right. This youth isn't simple. A smile appeared on Meng Chuan's face. He had lived for 200 years, but he had never seen a youth as stunning as Lin Xian. Not only was he extremely talented, but his courage and determination were also firm. Such a person would definitely be an influential figure on the continent in the future. Lin Xian held the pill bottle in his hand and turned his head with a smile. He looked at Hinian. Following that, he gave her a provocative look. Humph! Don't be so smug. You were just lucky to break through at the last minute. You won't be so lucky next time. I'll use all my strength to defeat you. Hinian's voice was cold. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. I'm looking forward to it. Beside him, Duan Fei was trembling with anger. Damn it, this fellow actually broke through. Up until now, he had never defeated Lin Xian once. Now that Lin Xian had become a 3rd-grade alchemist, his chances of winning were even smaller. Don't think that you'll definitely win just because you're a 3rd-grade alchemist. I still have an ultimate move. Duan Fei calmed down and touched the storage ring on his finger. After a period of time, the time ended. At this moment, A total of 103 people had successfully refined their pills. The rest had been eliminated. Over 200 people had been eliminated in this round. It was truly terrifying. Following that, it was time to test the pills. During this process, dozens of people were eliminated. In the end, only 56 people passed. All right, I'm sure everyone is tired. Today's competition will end here. We'll continue tomorrow, said President Meng Chuan. Many participants heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, they had used up all their soul strength. There was no way they could continue competing. Lin Xian didn't mind. He had just broken through, so his soul was very robust. However, he could use this opportunity to strengthen his foundation. Chapter 347. Feng Yuqing Inn. Everyone from He Clan was resting here. Damn it, we were so close to getting first place. In the room, He Nian said in a cold tone. We didn't expect a sudden breakthrough, but we still have a chance to win tomorrow's round. He Ming said in a deep voice. He still wanted to say something, but he frowned and shouted coldly, Who is it? Come out! Whoosh! A black fog floated in and rolled in the air, forming a human figure. Old Black Heart, what are you doing here? He Ming shouted coldly, no longer as humble as he was during the day. Humph, it's you. Elder Black Heart's eyes flashed. Black chi surrounded his body. What's your goal this time, the White Dragon Ascension pill? That's none of your business. He Ming sneered. Old Black Heart, I won't let you get the pill. Then let's wait and see. I don't believe that you guys can achieve anything in alchemy. Elder Blackheart sneered. His body turned into ghost fog again and disappeared in the air. He's from Blackheart Hall? He Nian was puzzled. He Ming nodded. Don't hold back, we must get the pill. Have a good rest. You must win tomorrow's competition. He Ming said a few more words and left. Dan Emperor Hall. A dark red shadow floated towards the eastern pavilion. It didn't attract anyone's attention. In the room, Lin Xian was sitting cross-legged, trying his best to stabilize his soul realm. Suddenly he opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing through the void and flying out of the room. Ding ding! The sound of collision was heard. Lin Xian's feet flashed, and he appeared outside the door. Don't you think it's too late to leave? He stretched out his palm. Silver lightning surged, forming a dragon claw. It was like a dragon capturing hand, grabbing at the dark red shadow. Whoa! Even a harmonious spirit expert would be injured by this attack. The dark red shadow didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong. Seeing the silver claw about to grab him, his body emitted a dark red light. Bang! Lin Xian grabbed him with his palm. The shadow groaned and used a secret technique, turning into a ray of light and quickly escaped. Lin Xian was astonished. He felt that the thing he had grabbed was slippery and disgusting. He retracted his hand and looked at it carefully. What's this? Lin Xian was stunned. What he had grabbed was actually a piece of snakeskin. On top of the snakeskin, there was a red pill robe. This is the He family's clothing. But why is it made of snakeskin? Lin Xian was puzzled. Could it be? He didn't dare to continue thinking about it. This kind of thing was too terrifying. No, he had to tell Old Man Deke. Lin Xian took the item and disappeared on the spot. Senior DK, are you asleep? Lin Xian quickly arrived in front of Hall. Hee, little friend Lin, what's the matter at this hour? Old Man DK pushed his wheelchair out with a puzzled look on his face. Look at this, Lin Xian said as he handed the snakeskin over. This is... DK's pupils constricted. Where did you get it? His voice trembled slightly, as if he had seen something terrifying. Someone was spying on us just now, and I caught him. That person left behind the snakeskin, but his true body escaped. And this red pill robe should belong to the He family. There's indeed something wrong with them. DK's expression was solemn. I'm going out. In the magnificent hall, The elders had solemn expressions. "Old Han, are you sure?" asked President Meng Chuan. "Yes, this snakeskin was left behind by the He family," said D. Quebec. "We can be sure that they aren't humans." Everyone looked at the scarlet snakeskin and felt their scalps tingle. Thinking back to the competition during the day, their hearts trembled. Could it be that they were competing with a group of monsters during the day? "It's better if we confirm it," President Meng Chuan said cautiously. "You should know what this snakeskin represents." "I'll accompany you," said D. Quebec. "Bring Lin Xian along. He was the one who discovered it." The two of them quickly arrived at the Pill Emperor Hall and found Lin Xian. "We're going to investigate the He family." President Meng Chuan explained his intentions. "If this is true, I'm afraid Sky Mountain Country will be in trouble." Lin Xian nodded. He could sense the seriousness of the situation. The three of them moved and ran towards the He family's residence. Not long after, they arrived outside the inn. "Conceal your aura," said President Meng Chuan. Lin Xian activated the black cloak, and his entire person seemed to have disappeared. With a tap of his feet, he landed on the roof like cotton. "There seems to be a defensive mechanism, but I can crack it," whispered D. Quebec. Then he waved his sleeve, and a mirror appeared in his hand. Circulating his spirit energy, the mirror emitted a faint light. DK aimed it at the room. Soon, a series of images appeared on the mirror. How magical! Lin Xian was surprised that the mirror could reproduce the scene in the room. This way, they didn't have to use their soul power, nor did they have to worry about being discovered. Inside the room, a petite figure was sitting on the ground, a large red robe wrapped around her body. This person should be He Nian. The three of them communicated mentally. "She's cultivating." The three of them waited patiently, like experienced hunters. Hiss! After a long while, the image on the mirror changed. The large red robe began to expand as though it was being propped up by something. Rip! The sound of cloth tearing could be heard as the red robe shattered, revealing He Nian's body. At that moment, she was no longer petite. Instead, she had become very muscular. A thin slit suddenly appeared on her head. Uft! Uft! The crack grew larger and larger as a ferocious snake head poked out with green mucus. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he frowned. This was too horrifying. The originally petite He Nian was actually a snake in human skin. Hiss! A piece of human skin landed on the ground. Behind the ferocious snake head was a body covered in scales. It was similar to a human. "What's this?" Lin Xian was stunned. He originally thought that it would be a snake-type demon beast, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. "It's a demon," said Meng Chuan in a deep voice. "Demon." Lin Xian was alarmed. Among demon beasts, there were higher-level existences. They were known as demons. This was because these demons were no longer in the form of beasts. Instead, they resembled humans in certain areas. For example, although the snake demon below had a snake head, it had a human body. Hiss! My main body is still the most comfortable. I'm suffocating to death from hiding in my small body during the day. The snake demon actually spoke in human language. Her neck was slender and her body was like a snake's. She could easily reach the roof. Uft! The snake head stretched out and absorbed the moonlight's powers with all its might. In the shadows, Lin Xian and company had solemn expressions. It was actually a snake demon. This was too shocking. Demons are even rarer than spirit channeling experts. Why would they appear here? Earthscarce was puzzled. Chapter 348. These demons weren't simple. President Meng Chuan's expression turned ugly. Red skin and black spots. Could it be the scarlet-black demons? Scarlet-black demons? Lin Xian was puzzled. DK fell silent. Could it be related to the Black Dragon sect? Lin Xian asked. That's right. Back when the Black Dragon sect was rampant, The scarlet-black demons were their biggest accomplices. I never expected them to appear again. President Meng Chuan sighed. I heard that the southwest border is controlled by the Nether Hull. Now the scarlet-black demons have appeared in Heavenly Mountain. Is the Black Dragon sect really going to recover fully? But why are they participating in the Alchemy Monarch tournament? Lin Xian was puzzled. I'm afraid there's only one reason. The pills, said Meng Chuan. The white dragon soaring pill. What? Lin Xian was stunned. They had the same goal. Since it's the Black Dragon sect, we can't let them succeed. Lin Xian snorted coldly and used dragon capturing hand to grab downwards. Bam! A deep voice rang out, reverberating in all directions. Attack! President Meng Chuan didn't expect Lin Xian to suddenly attack. However, he was experienced, so he immediately attacked with D. Quebec. Both of them were spirit transformation realm experts and were extremely powerful. They quickly subdued the snake demon. However, several powerful auras came from below. Swoosh! A few figures soared up, emitting violent auras. The person in front was He Ming. What are you doing? He Ming's expression changed drastically when he saw the captured snake demon. Humph! As a demon, you actually dare to participate in our competition. You sure are gutsy. DK sneered. He was completely on Lin Xian's side. Since the demons wanted the White Dragon Ascension pill, they were his enemies. President Meng Chuan sighed. He could only handle this matter carefully. Otherwise, if he angered the demons, Heavenly Mountain wouldn't have an easy time. I can release him, but you have to leave Heavenly Mountain, said Meng Chuan in a deep voice. Old Meng, I believe you know our identities. I'll tell you the truth. We came here for the White Dragon Ascension pill. What do you think the Inscription Union is? Meng Chuan's expression was gloomy. As the president of the Heavenly Mountain Kingdom, he wasn't someone to be scared of. I know that the Inscription Union will not be so kind, so we have decided to win through the competition, He Ming said in a deep voice. But if you don't even let us participate in the competition, then don't blame us. President Meng Chuan fell silent. He knew how powerful the scarlet-black demons were. It was impossible to force them. Sure, but if you lose, you'll have to leave the Tian Shan Kingdom. Sure. He Ming smiled. We promise you. Let him go. He didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. He turned his head slightly and looked at D. Quebec. Here you go. DK waved his sleeves and tossed the snake demon over. Let's go. Lin Xian and the other two quickly left. Pill Emperor Hall, Main Hall. Lin Gongzi, we'll have to rely on you for tomorrow's match. Although I don't know why they want the pills. Such ancient pills can't fall into their hands. Furthermore, I suspect that their actions are definitely related to the Black Dragon sect. If that's the case, then we should stop them. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for the entire Tiannan region. He knew that Lin Xian was the only one who could stop the demons. Senior Meng, don't worry. I'll do my best. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. The Black Dragon sect controlled the Xia Kingdom and caused Sword Pool Manor to be sealed in ice. He would never forget this grudge. The next day, Wind Moon Square was bustling with activity again. The previous day's competition was so exciting that many people were so excited that they couldn't sleep the entire night. At this moment, they came to watch the competition with dark circles under their eyes. Who do you think will win today? I'm guessing it's Lin Xian. He just broke through yesterday. His strength must have increased greatly. Not necessarily. It might be that mysterious He Nian. I think it's possible for Duan Fei too. After all, the Medicine Emperor Courtyard still has a spirit-grade pill furnace. The surrounding cultivators were all discussing, fervently. Soon, the participants from various parties appeared. I won't lose today. After a night of adjustment, Duan Fei had clearly regained his confidence. Lin, I'll let you know my true strength. In the distance, the He family entered in a low-key manner. He Nian looked at Lin Xian in the spectator stands, his eyes filled with rage. It was Lin Xian who had captured him yesterday and threatened to kill him. As a powerful demon, he couldn't tolerate such humiliation. After winning the competition, I'll torture you to death bit by bit. He Nian's eyes glowed green. Sensing the hostility from all directions, Lin Xian appeared very calm. What he needed to do was to win the competition. Nothing else mattered. After a night of rest, I believe everyone should be in peak condition, said President Meng Chuan in a deep voice. Today's competition will continue soon. This is the last round of the second round. After this round, we will rank you according to the results of the 3 rounds. This ranking will be included in your team's ranking. After a slight pause, President Meng Chuan continued, the rules of this competition are a little different. We won't provide pill formulas or herbs. You will have to prepare everything yourself. As long as you hand over the refined pills within the stipulated time, you will be fine. The pill with the highest grade will be the winner of this round. The rules were very simple. The Inscription Alliance only set a time limit. Everything else could be done at will. Now, let the contestants enter. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of people quickly rushed onto the stone platform and calmed down to prepare. Lin Xian turned his head and found that He Nian had returned to the appearance of a young girl in the corner. However, he felt goosebumps when he thought that under this human skin was actually a snake demon. Under Lin Xian's gaze, He Nian sneered. Then he flipped his palm and took out a red pill furnace. It was 1/2 meter tall and blood red in color. There was a ferocious snake on it that looked lifelike. The moment the pill furnace was taken out, it immediately emitted a shocking pressure. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on everyone's hearts. This is a spirit-grade furnace? The crowd below exclaimed. It was too shocking. They were still waiting for the Medicine Emperor Courtyard's pill furnace, but they didn't expect an unknown He family to take out a spirit-grade pill furnace. F*CK. He Nian's strength is already heaven-defying. Now that he has the help of a spirit-grade pill furnace, he is invincible. It seems that Lin Xian is in danger. Humph. Duan Fei sneered and took out his Crimson Dawn spiritual stove. Spiritual energy overflowed, stirring up the wind and clouds. The 2 furnaces appeared, facing each other from a distance. The 2 auras collided in the air, causing the air to rumble. It has appeared, the spirit-grade furnace of the Medicine Emperor Courtyard. What a terrifying aura. It is said that a spirit-grade pill furnace can greatly increase the success rate. I wonder if it is true? 2 pill furnaces. I wonder what Lin Xian can take out. Everyone was looking forward to it. However, the people of the Pill Emperor Hall had strange expressions. Chapter 349. That Grand Hall Master. What kind of pill furnace does Lin Xian have? The elders of the Pill Emperor Hall inquired. DK shook his head, not saying a word. Don't tell me he still wants to concoct pills with his bare hands today? The elders trembled. Even the 3rd and 2nd Hall Masters had curious expressions on their faces. Right now, Lin Xian was their hope. Everything about Lin Xian represented the glory of the Pill Emperor Hall. I once wanted to give him a pill furnace, but he rejected it. I think he should have his own pill furnace. In the Heavenly Mountain Empire, every alchemist had their own pill furnace. Moreover, they wouldn't change their pill furnaces easily. After all, a pill furnace that had been used for a long time felt better. Everyone stared at the stone platform, their hearts filled with anticipation. I want to see what you can take out. Duan Fei touched the Crimson Dawn spiritual stove in front of him as he laughed coldly. In the distance, He Nian's eyes flickered with coldness. Lin Xian didn't panic. With a light flick of his finger, a pill furnace appeared in front of him. The crowd impatiently looked over, and many of them froze on the spot. In front of Lin Xian, there was a pill furnace. However, this pill furnace was too strange. Its entire body was dark yellow, without a trace of light, as though it was made of mud. There were even cracks in some places. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't look like a pill furnace. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Duan Fei laughed maniacally. Lin Xian, this is your pill furnace. As expected, it's very compatible with you. His Crimson Dawn spiritual stove was surrounded by multicolored light, as though it was a divine item. It completely crushed Lin Xian's mud furnace. Even He Nian had a look of disdain on his face. If it's only at this level, I'll definitely win this round. Below, the crowd was dumbfounded. Those from the Pill Emperor Hall were stunned. Their minds were blank. DK was also stunned. He thought that Lin Xian would have a good pill furnace, but he didn't expect it to be such a strange thing. Can this thing be used to concoct pills? DK shook his head repeatedly. Forget it. Little friend Lin is incomparably mysterious. The things he takes out are definitely not ordinary. Although DK could not accept it immediately, he still chose to believe in Lin Xian unconditionally. What do you mean by mysterious? He's just a little bastard who's trying to act mysterious. Song Yunqing sneered. He did not think that Lin Xian could win with the mud pill furnace. Dean Song, we should be more careful around He Nian, Elder Blackheart reminded from the side. He was also disdainful of Lin Xian's mud stove. Didn't this fellow say that he would go all out? President Meng Chuan couldn't sit still any longer. President Meng, it's about time. Can we begin? He Ming asked confidently from afar. All right. President Meng Chuan's expression darkened slightly as he pressed down with both hands. His voice echoed in the square. Instantly, everyone in the Wind Moon Plaza quieted down. I hereby announce the start of the third round. I hope everyone can give it their all. President Meng Chuan announced loudly. He even emphasized the words "go all out," as if he was afraid that Lin Xian would be mistaken. As soon as President Meng Chuan finished speaking, the contestants on the stone platform began to get busy. For this round, they would take out their best pills and give it their all. Duan Fei waved his sleeves and produced dozens of herbs, forming an arc in the air. There's actually a stage 6 herb. It looks like Medicine Sovereign Courtyard is going all out this time. Meng Chuan was somewhat surprised. In the distance, He Nian also took out a stage 6 herb as a rich medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. How generous! Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and began to prepare the elixir to be refined. Old man DK had already provided him with the ingredients for his pills. There were a total of 3 sets, and the ingredients had been prepared overnight. This was because, although the pills Lin Xian had prepared in the past were of good quality, they were still a little low. Now that he had broken through to a 3rd-grade alchemy inscription master, he could refine higher-grade pills. Furthermore, he had specially requested the pill formula from Lord Alcohol. Realgar Ancient Panacea Pill, a 4th-grade pill. It could cure hundreds of poisons and strengthen one's muscles and bones. If one entered the forest with a Realgar Ancient Panacea Pill, they could easily subdue a stage 5 demon beast. Most importantly, this pill could completely restrain snake-type demon beasts. Even if a 4th-grade alchemy inscription master refined such a pill, the success rate was less than 50%. If an alchemist below the 4th grade refined it, the success rate would be even lower. It wouldn't even be 10%. However, Lin Xian had a robust soul. Furthermore, he had a pill furnace that Lord Alcohol had specially refined for him, so he could give it a try. After taking out the spirit herbs, Lin Xian began to carefully deduce the formula. This was a 4th-grade pill, so he couldn't be careless. Just as he was deducing the pill formula, an exclamation came from the crowd below. Lin Xian also sensed something. He suddenly turned his head, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. This is a combination inscription. He was astonished as his eyes flickered as he carefully looked over. In front of Duan Fei was a circle of inscriptions that enveloped the red afterglow pill furnace. forming a magical combination. Combination inscriptions could greatly increase the efficiency of refining pills. It could be said to be an alchemist's treasure. Looks like I underestimated him. Lin Xian stroked his chin. With the combination inscriptions, Duan Fei's strength would increase greatly. He wouldn't be much weaker than some of the older third-grade alchemy inscriptionists. In addition, he had a spirit-grade furnace, so he could almost defeat ordinary third-grade alchemy inscriptionists. It's actually a combination inscription. Looks like the Medicine Emperor courtyard has put in a lot of effort. Old man DK was surprised. Buzz. The air trembled as a large number of pill inscriptions appeared around Hinyan, forming an unfathomable pattern. It's another combination inscription. Hinyan is starting to show his prowess. The crowd below exclaimed. On the spectator stand, Ming looked at the stone platform with a calm heart. The current situation was great. Other than Duan Fei, who could compete with Hinyan in terms of equipment, the others couldn't. Even Lin Xian was far from it. Looks like he's definitely going to win this round. Ming revealed a sinister smile. In addition to the results of the previous 2 rounds, Hinyan will be able to take first place in the second round. Looking at the contestants who were using their trump cards, Lin Xian was slightly surprised. As expected of the Alchemy King competition, everyone had a trump card. However, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. After calming himself down, Lin Xian began to refine the Realgar Ancient Panacea. Combination inscriptions? I have one too. He smiled and flicked his finger. Lines of complicated inscriptions appeared and formed an ancient pattern around him. The moment this set of inscriptions appeared, the spirit energy in the entire square became turbulent. Duan Fei and Hinyan's combination inscriptions trembled rapidly and almost disintegrated. Damn it! Hold it steady. Duan Fei shouted. Hinyan's face was also gloomy. She waved her hand continuously, and her soul power surged out crazily. Finally, she stabilized the inscriptions around her. What happened? The martial artists below didn't understand and looked up. Look, the inscriptions around Lin Xian. Someone exclaimed. There were countless inscriptions around Lin Xian. At this moment, they were absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth and constantly changing their shapes. As for Duan Fei and Hinyan's combination inscriptions, the light was much dimmer. Chapter 350. Not only were the surrounding cultivators shocked, the elders on the viewing platform were even more shocked. What kind of combination inscription is that? It can actually absorb spiritual energy. Song Yunqing and Elder Blackheart had ugly expressions as they stared fixedly at the sky, although those from the Pill Emperor Hall didn't understand. Lin Xian's strength made them extremely happy. Meng Chuan looked at the inscription beside Lin Xian and suddenly revealed a shocked expression. Could it be that? President, what is it? The surrounding elders asked. Meng Chuan tapped his finger on his chair as a look of reminiscence appeared on his face. Above the combination inscription, there is another type of inscription called pill formation. It can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, greatly increasing the efficiency of pill concoction. I've seen it once when I was young. I didn't expect to see it again here. President Meng Chuan slowly said. Everyone was shocked. If even the president praised this method, it must be extraordinary. But why would Lin Xian know such a mysterious method? Could it be that he had some special background? Many of the elders looked towards the Pill Emperor Hall, wanting to get some information from them. However, the elders from the Pill Emperor Hall also had looks of shock on their faces. It seemed that they didn't know anything either. On the square, Lin Xian's pill formation created a strange scene, causing the surrounding combination inscriptions to almost collapse. Duan Fei was going crazy. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a trump card. Hinyan's expression was also gloomy. So what if he has a pill formation? If his strength isn't enough, he still won't be able to concoct a good pill. She ignored Lin Xian and focused on concocting her pill. The others also woke up from their daze and started to concoct their own pills. Lin Xian took a deep breath and controlled the pill formation. With the help of a special pill furnace, he started to concoct the Realgar Ancient Spirit Wine. Although he had a strong support, he didn't dare to be careless. After all, this was a 4th-grade pill. The difficulty was so high that it was shocking. Not only that, he only had 3 sets of ingredients. There was no room for failure. As time passed, the elders on the viewing platform gradually saw the pills concocted by the participants on the stone platform. Duan Fei is actually concocting a top-grade, 3rd-grade pill, the Purple Spirit Pill. This kind of pill is extremely difficult to refine. The success rate of an ordinary 3rd-grade alchemist is very low. Duan Fei must have a high chance of refining this pill. I think it'll be difficult. Although he has a spirit-grade furnace, he hasn't been a 3rd-grade alchemist for long. His foundation still isn't enough. Look at Dean Song and the others. They look very confident. Many elders were discussing in low voices. I wonder what kind of pill He Nian refined. Many people looked at the stone platform and were shocked. This technique seems to be a grade 4 medicinal pill. 4th rank? That's impossible. That's right. What's her cultivation level? She can actually concoct a 4th-grade medicinal pill? President, take a look. Is He Nian refining a 4th-grade pill? Someone asked. Meng Chuan had long noticed He Nian's actions. At that moment, he was frowning. It is indeed a 4th-grade medicinal pill, profoundine pill. It really is a 4th-grade medicinal pill. The surrounding elders cried out in surprise. Even Song Yunqing and the others frowned. He Nian's strength far exceeded their imagination. If he could really refine it, he would probably be first. One had to know that a 4th-grade medicinal pill was already a very high grade. It was considered a precious medicinal pill in Heavenly Mountain. Damn it, I didn't expect this fellow to be so strong. If I had known, I would have killed her with one palm. DK said hatefully. He and President Meng Chuan both knew that He Nian wasn't a 15-year-old child at all. She was a monster who had lived for countless years. Now that he dared to refine a 4th-grade medicinal pill, he definitely had enough confidence. I wonder how Lin Xian will deal with her? DK was worried. President Meng Chuan was also worried. He didn't want the demons to win the competition. He let out a heavy breath and looked at the stone platform again. This time, his gaze stopped on Lin Xian. Oh, he's almost done. Meng Chuan was surprised. The others were also shocked. They looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. One had to know that the others were only halfway done. It seems that the pill array is indeed powerful. It can actually increase the speed of pill refinement so quickly. Lin Xian controlled the pill furnace with an extremely solemn expression. The final process of pill refinement was very important. Not only did it determine the success, but it also determined the grade of the pill. A pill fragrance floated out of the pill furnace and spread in all directions. Duan Fei's expression was gloomy. He realized from the pill fragrance that Lin Xian's pill was of a higher grade than his. If he let Lin Xian finish first, then he would lose a lot of face. On the other hand, He Nian sneered after smelling the fragrance. It's just second-rate goods. It seems like I'll definitely win this time. Meng Chuan and the others were shocked when they sensed the pill fragrance. This aura seems to be a 4th-grade medicinal pill. Lin Xian actually refined a grade 4 medicinal pill. Cries of surprise rang out. The surrounding cultivators were all shocked, their faces revealing looks of shock. This fellow is too crazy. He's only a 3rd-grade pill inscription master, but he actually refined a 4th-grade medicinal pill. As expected of a peerless genius. Everyone praised, but Lin Xian's expression was slightly gloomy. He was not satisfied with the grade of the pill refinement this time. Although a 4th-grade medicinal pill was amazing, it was still not enough to win against Yin. He knew that his opponent was definitely a terrifying pill inscription master. Sigh, it seems that I can only increase the grade. Lin Xian's palms moved quickly. He controlled the pill array with all his strength and crazily absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This fellow is too reckless. President Meng Chuan stood up in shock. He naturally knew Lin Xian's intentions. However, such a crude method of increasing the grade of the pill was very likely to fail. This was a competition and time was limited. Every failure would have a profound impact on the final result. Moreover, the grade of a 4th grade medicinal pill was not so easy to increase. Lin Xian's actions caused everyone to tense up, especially those from the Medicine Emperor courtyard and He clan. Their gazes were fixed on Lin Xian. The spiritual energy in the air vibrated and surged into the pill furnace, constantly fusing with the pill. Suddenly, the mud pill furnace trembled slightly, followed by a low sound. Bang! Although the sound was weak, it was still heard by everyone. Failed. Haha, he failed as expected. The Medicine Emperor courtyard's elder laughed loudly, his face full of schadenfreude. He families, He Ming also sneered. He actually wanted to increase the grade of a 4th grade medicinal pill. How naive! The others let out a deep sigh of regret. What a pity. That's a 4th grade medicinal pill. Even if the grade is not increased, it can still suppress the crowd. Yeah, he's too impatient. I hope he won't be affected by the mood of failure. Many people felt sorry for Lin Xian. Seeing Lin Xian fail, Duan Fei immediately became happy. Firstly, there was not much time left. Secondly, the mood of failure would definitely affect Lin Xian. Let's see what you can do next. He's indeed too young. Looks like the first place this time is mine. He Nian revealed a smug smile. Chapter 351. Lin Xian's failure caused an uproar, but he was lost in thought. The difficulty of refining a 4th grade pill was beyond his imagination. It was already very heaven-defying to be able to forge it. If he wanted to raise its grade, it would be impossible. While everyone was still discussing Lin Xian's failure, a pill fragrance wafted out from the stone platform. Although this fragrance was much weaker than Lin Xian's, it was still not ordinary. This fragrance attracted everyone's attention. It's Song Qianshan from the Medicine Emperor courtyard. This smell, could it be a 3rd grade pill? Several elders' eyes flickered as they carefully identified it. Soon they raised their heads. It's indeed a 3rd grade pill. Everyone was shocked and looked at the stone platform in disbelief. Not bad, a 2nd grade pill inscription master can actually refine a 3rd grade pill. He's indeed a genius. Haha, Miss Qianshan is amazing. The Medicine Emperor courtyards, people cheered. On the stone platform, Song Qianshan's face was red and her eyes were filled with pride. In front of her was a bronze pill furnace. Although it was not as good as the Scarlet Dawn spiritual stove, it was not ordinary either. She relied on this pill furnace to refine a 3rd grade pill. The medicinal fragrance continued to spread, but at this time another pill fragrance wafted out. The intensity of this fragrance was even better than Song Qianshan's. Another 3rd grade pill. Everyone exclaimed. It's a 3rd grade pill. Many elders were shocked. Even they had a high chance of failure when refining such a pill. But now, there was actually a young man who had succeeded. It's Duan Fei, someone from the Medicine Emperor courtyard. There are actually 2 disciples from the Medicine Emperor courtyard who have refined 3rd grade pills. It seems like they have a high chance of winning this time. Song Yunqing's expression was very good. He clapped his hands and laughed with a victorious expression. As long as the 2 of them finished refining their pills, he would have an absolute advantage. Elder Blackheart's eyes flickered. The only thing he was worried about was He Nian. If He Nian refined a 4th grade pill, there would be a lot of trouble. As for Lin Xian, he had completely ignored him. Duan Fei's expression was arrogant as he continuously slapped the pill furnace to complete the last step. Qian, let me win this time, Duan Fei said to Song Qian with a smile. As a third-grade pill inscription master, he could tell the difference between the two pills just by looking at the pill fragrance. Okay. Song Qian nodded. Duan Fei was a disciple of her medicine sovereign courtyard. She was naturally happy that Duan Fei could emerge victorious. Kiki, isn't it a little too early to be complacent? A discordant voice sounded. With me here, don't even think about winning. He Nian sneered. Duan Fei and Song Qian's expressions changed slightly. They turned to look at He Nian in the corner. Suddenly, a pill fragrance wafted out from He Nian's pill furnace, transforming into a smoke snake in the air. Pill fragrance condensation. Looking at the smoke serpent, some extremely powerful alchemy grandmasters cried out in alarm. Duan Fei and Song Qian's expressions also became extremely ugly. Pill fragrance condensation? What do you mean? The surrounding cultivators were puzzled and looked up at the sky curiously. In the stands, President Meng Chuan's expression was gloomy. He frowned and muttered to himself. Pill fragrance condensation is something only 4th grade and above pills possess. Furthermore, it's a special pill. That He Nian is able to condense the pill fragrance. It's obvious that the pill he refined isn't of a low grade. Duan Fei and Song Qian's pills are nothing in front of He Nian. Are they really going to lose this time? President Meng Chuan wasn't the only one who was shocked. The people from Medicine Emperor Hall and Pill Emperor Hall also had ugly expressions. Elder Blackheart gripped his walking stick tightly. These damned monsters, they actually have the ability to condense the pill fragrance. It seems like the other party is well prepared. DK sighed. Little friend Lin, we can only rely on you now. When the others learned of the pill fragrance condensation, they were all shocked. A 4th grade pill, and an extremely special one at that. If nothing unexpected happened, the final champion would probably be He Nian. Duan Fei and Song Qian's faces were ashen, as if they had lost their souls. Pill fragrance condensation was a technique only her father, Song Yunqing, knew. Now it was actually used by a 15-year-old girl. This blow was too great for them. Looking at the pills in the cauldron, the two of them felt like crying but had no tears. Haha, I'll be the champion this time. He Nian's voice rang out. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect such an ending. Could it be that the Pill Emperor Hall and Medicine Emperor Hall were really going to lose? That might not be the case. A voice that could sever nails and sever iron rang out. Who is it? The expressions of the He clan members changed slightly as they looked at the stone platform in anger. Even He Nian turned his head to look. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian! Everyone exclaimed. Just you? You're just a piece of trash who failed in alchemy. He Nian was extremely disdainful. It's normal to fail in alchemy. If you can't even accept this, what's the point of refining pills? You might as well sell tofu. Lin Xian's face regained its calmness. Clearly, he had already walked out from his previous failure. I'll be the champion this time. Lin Xian's voice was filled with confidence. It was as sharp as a sword, slicing through the sky. Looking at the confident Lin Xian, the disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall all cheered. DK and President Meng Chuan also revealed smiles. It's good that you've recovered. There's still time, there's still hope. Duan Fei and Song Qian also stared blankly at Lin Xian. For some reason, the two of them felt as though they were facing a giant. Stop bragging. You haven't even finished half the time. Do you think a 4th grade pill is so easy to refine? He Nian sneered. Accept the truth, lowly human. Lin Xian ignored He Nian and stood up abruptly. He put away the clay cauldron. His robe fluttered even though there was no wind. Inscriptions constantly appeared in his eyes. Putting away the cauldron? You want to refine pills with your bare hands again? How naive! He Nian sneered. The others also stared blankly at Lin Xian. not knowing what he was going to do. "Brat, you finally thought it through." Inside the mysterious small sword, Lord Alcohol chuckled and muttered to himself. Lin Xian waved his sleeves, inscribing pill patterns around him, forming a strange pill array. Instantly, the translucent pill array enveloped the stone platform he was on. With a flick of his fingers, the medicinal herbs were quickly separated and then floated above the pill array. The entire process was very fast. It was like moving clouds and flowing water without a single pause. At this moment, Lin Xian had completely let go. He was like the reincarnation of the Pill Emperor, facing everything calmly. This kind of technique, this kind of courage, is definitely rare in the world. President Meng Chuan exclaimed, "I really don't know what kind of expert can teach such a disciple." The other alchemists were also stunned. Lin Xian's alchemy technique was too shocking. It completely overturned their understanding. It can actually be refined like this? The third hall master swallowed his saliva. He actually used spiritual energy to separate the medicinal herbs. Cries of surprise rang out. Everyone stared at Lin Xian. Chapter 352. Even He Nian's expression was solemn and he didn't say a word. The current Lin Xian was like a completely different person from before. Furthermore, using a pill array to refine pills had truly shocked him. This pill array obviously requires an extremely large amount of soul energy. I don't believe you can withstand it. He Nian gritted his teeth. So what if you can refine it? My pill has already condensed into a pill shape. He Nian had absolute confidence in his pill. Not to mention Lin Xian. Even some grade 4 pill inscriptionists couldn't compare to him. Thinking of this, he crazily poured out his soul energy. Wong, wong, wong. The pill furnace in front of He Nian trembled and an even stronger pill fragrance drifted out. Condense. With a low shout, He Nian continuously sent out inscriptions into the pill furnace. Whoosh! A dark green pill trembled as it flew out of the pill furnace and floated in midair. The pill is complete. He Nian laughed loudly as he held the dark green pill in his hand. His face was filled with pride. Above the pill, there was a blurry image of an ink snake. He actually succeeded. Duan Fei and Song Qianqian looked at the arrogant He Nian and felt their limbs turn cold. We completely lost. The two of them were powerless. Both of their pills were grade 3, and they couldn't be compared to He Nian's pill. President Meng Chuan and the others also shook their heads and sighed. In the current situation, no one could beat He Nian, unless Lin Xian could refine a better pill. The disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall were silent as they looked at Lin Xian. On the stone platform, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. His pill had reached a critical moment. Previously, when he was in the late stage of pill formation, he chose to raise the grade, but failed. This time he planned to start fusing the spiritual energy in the middle stage and raise the grade. The pill array revolved and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although he was doing his best to refine the pill, he was still aware of what was happening outside. He could sense the grade of He Nian's pill. It was a mid-grade, grade 4 pill. But with the pill fragrance, its effect was comparable to a high-grade, grade 4 pill. Unless he could refine a high-grade, grade 4 pill, there was no chance at all. A superior 4th-grade pill. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and the inscriptions in his eyes became even more solid. If it was in the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now that he had the pill array, he had a chance. He carefully controlled the pill array and slowly raised its level. Lin Xian's face paled as the soul force in his mind rapidly decreased. Within the pill array, a medicinal fragrance wafted out. It was abnormally rich. It appeared. Everyone was excited. Humph, it's still not enough. He Nian sneered in his heart when he sensed the pill fragrance. His pills were comparable to high-grade level 4 pills, while Lin Xian's pills were only close to mid-grade level 4 pills. The pill formation continued to revolve. Lin Xian felt a wave of dizziness. The great dragon sword within his body rumbled and emitted a sharp aura, allowing him to maintain his consciousness. On the mysterious dagger, the image of the giant dragon shone brightly. Lin Xian felt an indescribable power coming from the dagger, nourishing his soul. Pill array, gather spiritual energy, condense. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with madness as he poured all his soul force into the pill array. Buzz! The translucent pill array emitted a bright light, like a huge whirlpool, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And within the pill array was the pill that Lin Xian concocted. This scene was too shocking, causing everyone to cry out in shock. Impossible! How can he have such a strong soul force? Hinyan screamed. This soul force had already surpassed hers. One had to know that he, a demon race alchemist, had cultivated his soul force for tens of years. But Lin Xian was only an 18-year-old youth, yet his soul force had already surpassed hers. This was a true monster. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, all the spiritual energy was absorbed into the pill in the center of the pill array. Bang! In the next instant, a strange medicinal fragrance wafted out from the pill array, and a purple-gold color appeared. The moment this pill appeared, the illusory snake image on the pill concocted by Hinyan was instantly crushed. Hua! Everyone was in an uproar, especially the disciples of Pill Emperor Hall. They were all shouting. This was too shocking. One had to know that Hinyan's pill was extremely rare. This could be seen from the words of the previous alchemists. But Lin Xian's pill actually caused the pill concocted by Hinyan's pill to dissipate. What did this mean? Lin Xian's pill far surpassed Hinyan's. Impossible! My pill is comparable to a superior 4th grade pill. Unless it's a 5th grade pill, there's nothing that can make its pill concocted. Hinyan screamed crazily. She was stunned. This scene was completely out of her expectations. On the spectator stands, Meng Chuan, DK, and the others laughed heartily. Lin Xian's counterattack at the last moment directly shattered the demon race's dream of becoming the champion, preventing their heavenly mountain empire's champion from falling into the hands of the demon race. He Ming's face darkened, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. This guy, what did he concoct? On the stone platform, Hinyan went crazy. I don't believe it. I don't believe you can concoct a pill that far surpasses mine. With that said, she rushed towards Lin Xian. In the sky, a red phantom rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian had just finished concocting pills, and his soul force was completely depleted. He was somewhat dazed. However, his warrior instincts were still there. Facing Hinyan's attack, he only did one thing. Grabbing the purplish gold pill in front of him, Lin Xian placed it in front of him. The pill emitted a purplish gold light, and a thick sound rang out. Bam! Hinyan was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Lin Xian. How dare you! DK was enraged. The others also exclaimed, "Haha, Dai!" Hinyan slammed her palm down. However, when her hand came into contact with the purple gold light, her expression changed drastically. This is, Hinyan screamed. Her palm was festering, and her human skin had disappeared, revealing red scales. Realger, Realger! Hinyan screamed and retreated frantically. You actually concocted Realger-type pills. Damn it! Realger was the nemesis of snakes. Now that Lin Xian had refined it into a superior 4th grade pill, its power was even greater. Just a beam of light injured Hinyan. Not good. He Ming's expression changed drastically. He leaped into the air and arrived beside Hinyan. What happened? Why do I see red scales? The warriors below exclaimed. Duan Fei and Song Qianqian were even more shocked. Damn it! He Ming looked at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Humph! DK snorted coldly, his body emitting a powerful aura. Beside him, President Meng Chuan also said in a deep voice, "He Ming, you have already lost. Leave quickly. This matter won't end like this." He Ming gritted his teeth and said. He glared at Lin Xian before leaving with He Nian. The other He family disciples also left quickly. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of the bell indicated the end of the last round. Chapter 353. The crowd was in an uproar as they stared at the stone platform. Everyone, I believe I don't need to say who the champion of the second round is, right? President Meng Chuan said with a smile. Lin Xian, Lin Xian. The entire square was filled with uniform shouts. Their voices were like the waves of the sea, crashing in all directions. The faces of those from the Medicine Emperor courtyard darkened. Although they were unwilling, they had no choice but to admit that Lin Xian had exceeded their expectations. Too amazing. Sigh, we lost. Song Yunqing sighed as he leaned weakly against the back of his chair. Elder Blackheart, who was standing beside him, gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian again. From the start of the first round, this mysterious youth had been ruining his plans. Now, the Pill Emperor Hall had already won 2 rounds. The champion of the Pill King tournament was about to be theirs. No, we can't let them get the White Dragon Ascension Pill. Elder Blackheart's eyes flashed with killing intent. After the competition ended, the participants returned to the stands. Lin Xian and the rest rested, but the surrounding cultivators didn't leave. Because the next round was the most exciting one, the Battle of the Titans. This was the 3rd round of the Pill King tournament. At that time, the true Pill King faction would be decided. Who? Lin Xian drank a cup of spirit wine. Under the protection of DK, he recovered most of his soul force. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Next is the last round. Lin Xian said slowly, "Senior, what are your thoughts?" "I've thought it through. I'll refine the white flower marrow cleansing pill you gave me." DK smiled. "This is an ancient 4th grade pill. Its value is even higher than a 5th grade pill." "Then I wish you success," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Don't worry, little friend Lin. This old man is still confident." An hour later, President Meng Chuan stood up again. "I believe everyone has rested enough. Next up is the last round, the Battle of the Titans. The rules are the same as the last round of the 2nd stage. Whoever can refine the best grade medicinal pill in the allotted time will be the winner. Let's begin." President Meng Chuan said with a smile. Now that the demon's problem had been resolved, he was relieved. Now, as long as he could successfully complete the last round, this year's Pill King tournament would be considered a success. Let's go, the final battle. Song Yunqing's eyes flashed with a sharp light. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura as he arrived at the stone platform. After him, the other forces also sent out their strongest alchemists. However, compared to Song Yunqing, he was clearly lacking. In the entire Tianshan kingdom, the only one who could go against Song Yunqing was the old man Deek. In the next instant, the gazes of everyone shifted onto the Pill Emperor Hall. Should I go? The 3rd palace master was eager to give it a try. Lin Xian's performance in the previous few stages was too stunning, and he was someone invited by the head palace master. Right now, over 60% of the people in the Pill Emperor Hall were biased towards the Pill Emperor Hall. This made him extremely unhappy. Originally, he had used some methods to bribe many elders over the years. In addition to the fact that the Pill Emperor Hall was usually ignored by the 1st palace master, it allowed him to control the Pill Emperor Hall for a period of time. However, recently he felt that the Pill Emperor Hall was already out of his control. If he could display his strength in the 3rd round, he might be able to rope in some elders. At that time, he would be able to continue contending against the 1st palace master. No need. Deek said in a low voice, "This time I will go personally." "Personally?" The crowd from the Pill Emperor Hall was in an uproar. How many years has it been since the first palace master concocted pills in front of others? For such a small matter, let third palace master do it. The second palace master said from the side, "There's no need to trouble you. This isn't a small matter. We cannot lose this battle." Deke's eyes flashed with a shocking light as a powerful aura gushed out from his body. Under the gazes of the crowd, he slowly stood up. What? Everyone was stunned, followed by countless exclamations. Wasn't Deke crippled? How can he stand up again? Heavens, the first palace master has actually recovered. The Pill Emperor Hall can finally shine again. Elder Jean laughed towards the sky. President Meng Chuan was also shocked. He knew that Deke was afflicted with a strange poison. This poison was something that even a fifth-grade pill inscription master like him couldn't do anything about. But now, Deke had actually recovered. How could he not be shocked? Could it be because of him? President Meng Chuan looked towards Lin Xian. How is this possible? The third palace master's eyes widened as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. When did he recover? The second palace master was also nervous. Old man DK's performance stunned everyone. On the stone platform, Song Yunqing looked down with a serious expression. "Ha ha, it feels so good to be able to walk." Deke laughed. From today onwards, he would no longer use a wheelchair. This time he didn't fly. Instead, he walked step by step towards the stone platform. It was no wonder that Deke was so excited. He hadn't walked for dozens of years. This feeling of stepping on solid ground was too amazing. So what if I've recovered? I won't lose to you. Song Yunqing snorted coldly. He had a spirit-grade furnace and the pill formula that Elder Blackheart had given him. Even if he was facing Meng Chuan, he was confident, let alone Deke. With a wave of his sleeve, the Crimson Dawn spiritual stove appeared in midair, emitting a dazzling light. Half the sky was dyed red. This spirit-grade furnace could only unleash its true power in his hands. Ha 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 ha. Dean Song, when I was dominating the Heavenly Mountain Kingdom, you were probably still learning inscriptions. Deke laughed loudly. With a flip of his palm, a black pill furnace appeared in midair. Pill King Furnace. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the black pill furnace in the sky with envious eyes. The Pill King Furnace was the reward of the previous Pill King tournament. It was also a spirit-grade furnace, and its grade was even higher than the Crimson Dawn spiritual stove. With this furnace, Deke was not inferior to Song Yunqing in terms of support. As for the pill formula, he had the ancient pill formula. Looking at the Pill King Furnace, Song Yunqing's face was gloomy. He snorted coldly and began to refine the pill. Deke grinned and began to refine the pill as well. Below, everyone was shocked when they saw the black pill furnace floating in the sky. The elders of the Pill Emperor Hall were shouting crazily. Only a few elders were still standing beside the two hall masters. Everyone else was cheering for Old Man DK at this moment. Not far away, Elder Blackheart's expression was solemn. Although he had given Dean Song a precious pill formula, Deke wasn't someone to be trifled with. Moreover, his aura today was even more powerful than before, making him extremely confident. In this state, the success rate of refining pills would greatly increase. Spirit Cleansing Detoxification Pill. This is a pill I obtained from a 4-star sect. I hope it can defeat the Pill Emperor Hall. Elder Blackheart prayed in his heart. Chapter 354. On the square, Song Yunqing and DK made their moves one after another, dyeing the entire sky red. Everyone looked up, not wanting to miss any details. Such a level of competition could only be seen at the Alchemy King tournament. Usually, it was very rare to see a 4th-grade alchemist refining pills. The Crimson Dawn spiritual stove was fiery red, like a ball of fire burning in the air. On the other side, The alchemy king furnace emitted a terrifying aura that suppressed the surroundings. The two of them were grandmasters in the alchemy world. Their alchemy process far surpassed others. Lin Xian raised his head to watch as well, constantly observing and learning. Song Yunqing is actually. The elders beside him were bewildered. Lin Xian tilted his head and saw that Elder Jean and the others had ugly expressions. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Song Yunqing seems to be refining a 5th-grade pill," Elder Jean said. "The Medicine Emperor Court is really ambitious," the second palace master said in a deep voice. "A 5th-grade pill?" Lin Xian was surprised. There weren't many such pills in the Heavenly Mountain Empire. The success rate of refining a 5th-grade pill was very low. Furthermore, 5th-grade alchemists were even rarer. There was only one 5th-grade alchemist in the entire Heavenly Mountain Empire, and that was President Meng Chuan. Even President Meng Chuan had a 50% failure rate when refining a 5th-grade pill, not to mention a 4th-grade alchemist like Song Yunqing. It seems like the Medicine Emperor Court is really desperate. Otherwise, they wouldn't take such a risk. Indeed, I think Dean Song only has a 20% success rate at most. Everyone guessed, but Elder Blackheart was abnormally calm. Song Yunqing's choice of a 5th-grade pill wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had prepared it for a long time. In the end, he maintained a success rate of about 40% before daring to use it in the competition. This success rate was already very shocking. It even surpassed many 5th-grade alchemists. On the stone platform, DK clearly sensed Song Yunqing's intentions. He was surprised, but he didn't worry too much. He had the ancient pill formula, so he could definitely win. Time passed bit by bit. None of the competitors on the stone platform failed. This also meant that these alchemists were far from being comparable to those young alchemists. Gradually, a pill fragrance wafted out of the square. Some people even condensed pills. However, DK and Song Yunqing continued refining. Boom, boom, boom. The scarlet cloud spiritual stove let out a rumbling sound, filling the sky with multicolored light, and a thick pill fragrance spread out. Success? Everyone was expectant. This was a 5th-grade medicinal pill. Above the scarlet cloud spiritual stove, a lotus-shaped illusion appeared, and even a blue smoke appeared. It's appeared. The pill fragrance has taken form. Someone cried out in alarm. That's nothing. Didn't you see the green smoke? That's a colored pill fragrance. Only a 5th-grade pill would have that. There was a wave of exclamations below. The pills that Song Yunqing had refined had produced many kinds of strange phenomena, and all the competitors from the 4 sides were inferior to him. That's great. Daddy has mastered it. Song Qianshan was overjoyed. Success on the first try. The headmaster's strength is too powerful. I'm afraid he's about to break through to the 5th grade. The elders of the Medicine Emperor Courtyard were abnormally excited. Even Elder Blackheart's face was full of smiles. Success on the first try had already exceeded his expectations. On the stone platform, Song Yunqing put the pills into a bottle and heaved a sigh of relief. His hands were full of sweat, and the lapels of his robes were also soaked. Just now, he had used 120% of his strength and a trace of luck to refine a 5th-grade medicinal pill, the spirit-cleansing poison-dissolving pill. A 5th-grade medicinal pill, old geezer DK. Let's see what you have to compete with me. Song Yunqing turned his head and looked over. What kind of medicinal pill is this? When he saw old man DK's pill furnace, he was stunned. Judging from the aura, it wasn't a 5th-grade medicinal pill, but the pill fragrance was very strange. It was filled with many kinds of fragrances, and when combined, it wasn't inferior to his. The crowd below also noticed this phenomenon, and immediately they started discussing again. What kind of medicinal pill did the first hall master refine? The elders of the Pill Emperor Hall were puzzled. The two hall masters shook their heads in confusion. Recently, DK had been too mysterious. They couldn't find any useful information. President Mengchuan looked at the sky and revealed a look of astonishment. This old geezer, where did he get such an exquisite pill recipe? Although it's not a 5th-grade medicinal pill, its effect isn't much weaker than a 5th-grade medicinal pill. I originally thought that Song Yunqing would win this time, but now it seems that old geezer, DK, has a high chance of winning. On the stone platform, Song Yunqing's face sank. Although he was confident in his medicinal pill, the pill fragrance made him more and more flustered. Buzz! The pill emperor furnace trembled, and a red pill fragrance floated out, rolling in the sky. It's here. There's a colored pill fragrance. Everyone became nervous, and they were all looking forward to it. The red pill fragrance changed in the air, forming the shape of a peony. Pill fragrance condensed into form. The corners of Song Yunqing's mouth gradually curled up. If that was the case, then he would definitely win. He had the colored pill fragrance, and he also had the pill shape. Furthermore, the grade of his medicinal pill was much higher than DK's. No matter how one looked at it, he would win. However, just as he was feeling proud, the red pill fragrance changed again. After the peony phantom, another flower shape appeared. 2 flowers! Everyone exclaimed. However, before they could react, another flower appeared in the sky. 3 flower shadows. The cultivators in the square were in an uproar. They had never seen such a spectacle before. They had never even heard of it. Impossible! What kind of medicinal pill is this? It can actually condense 3 flower shadows? Song Yunqing's face was as black as a pot. 3 flower shadows. Could it be an ancient pill recipe? Elder Blackheart's voice was cold. Black qi rolled around his body, bringing with it a cold aura like an invisible black hole. Lost again. Even if he took out the pill recipe he obtained from a 4-star sect, he still lost. Ancient pill recipe. It's actually an ancient pill recipe. How can the Pill Emperor Hall have such a thing? He couldn't understand. Even a 4-star sect might not necessarily have an ancient pill recipe. President Mengchuan looked at the 3 flower shadows in a daze. Old geezer DK not only cured his leg poison, he even has an ancient pill recipe. Could it be that he found an ancient ruin? No, he has been in the Pill Emperor Valley all these years. Could it be Lin Xian? President Mengchuan was shocked by this thought. Hee Dean Song, do you still want to compete? Old geezer DK said with a smile. Right now, he was even more grateful for Lin Xian's kindness. If it wasn't for Lin Xian's pill recipe, he might not have been able to win the competition. Little friend Lin is indeed my benefactor. You've won, Song Yunqing said with great difficulty. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight back, but the 3 flower shadows were too mysterious. If he continued to quibble, he would become a joke. It didn't matter if he lost the competition, but if he lost face, he wouldn't be able to face anyone in the future. Humph! Song Yunqing's face turned black. He flung his sleeves and walked towards the stage. The crowd below burst into thunderous cheers. President Mengchuan also stood up with a smile. Chapter 355. The result of the 3rd round is the Pill Emperor Hall's victory. The Pill Emperor Hall has won all 3 rounds and is the champion of this year's competition, President Mengchuan announced. The crowd below cheered. The disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall even raised their arms and cheered. Waves after waves of cheers rose in the square, pushing the atmosphere to the peak. The disciples of the Medicine Emperor Hall were all disappointed. They had failed once again. They had lost all 3 rounds. Such a situation had never happened before. Elder Blackheart's face sank. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He had spent a great deal of effort to support the Medicine Emperor Hall. He thought that he would be able to win easily. He didn't expect such a result. On the other side, the Inscription Alliance started to give out the rewards. Other than the title of Pill Emperor, there was also an ancient 5th grade pill, the White Dragon Soaring Heaven Pill. Lin Xian's expression was filled with excitement. After working so hard for so many days, he had finally won this crucial pill. DK smiled as he received the pill bottle from President Meng Chuan. He then prepared to leave. Hold on. Suddenly, a voice rang out like thunder. Everyone was stunned. They all turned their heads. Those from the Pill Emperor Hall were also puzzled. DK's face sank. From the tone of his voice, it seemed that he didn't come with good intentions. Elder Blackheart slowly stood up and said to DK in a low voice, "Grand Hall Master, I wonder if we can make a deal." A deal? Everyone was puzzled, but Song Yunqing frowned. He naturally knew what kind of deal Elder Blackheart wanted to make. This was also something he had promised Elder Blackheart. DK asked in a low voice, "What kind of deal?" "I want to exchange the White Dragon Soaring Heaven Pill with you. Whatever you want, just say it. I won't bargain," Elder Blackheart hurriedly said. Although this pill is a 5th grade pill, its effects are somewhat obscure. I don't think the Grand Hall Master will have any use for it. Why don't we make a deal? What do you want? Other 5th grade pills, spirit grade treasures, high grade martial arts, high grade pill recipes. As long as you say it, I can do it all, the surrounding cultivators exclaimed. Elder Blackheart's offer was incomparably tempting. It was definitely not inferior to the White Dragon Soaring Heaven Pill. The elders of the Pill Emperor Hall were also agitated. They indeed had no use for the White Dragon Soaring Heaven Pill. If they could exchange it for some top-grade pill recipes, that would be the best. However, DK shook his head firmly. "There's no need. I won't exchange this pill." Whoosh! The surroundings were in an uproar. There was actually someone who could refuse those treasures. Elder Blackheart frowned. Could it be that the first Hall Master is still not satisfied with these? Why don't we do this? No need. I won't trade with you no matter what price you offer. Goodbye. With that, DK returned to Lin Xian and the others and left the Wind Moon Plaza together. All that was left behind was a group of shocked people and the black-hearted elder whose face had turned black. Pill Emperor Hall. Lin Xian returned to his room and closed the doors and windows. With a flip of his hand, he took out a white jade bottle. He opened the bottle cap and poured out a pill the size of a longan fruit. It was sparkling and translucent like white jade. The White Dragon Ascension pill is finally in my hands. Lin Xian was overjoyed. The first step has been completed. The next step is to search for True Dragon Aura, Lord Alcohol said. True Dragon Qi? Lin Xian put away the pill bottle and muttered, "What does it mean?" Earth Dragon Vein. Lord Alcohol said slowly, "Beneath the earth, there are places that form dragon veins that contain mysterious power. And the gas that overflows from them is True Dragon Qi. Earth Dragon Vein." Lin Xian stroked his chin. He had heard of such things before. They were extremely important and related to the fate of a region. How do I find them? Any place that is extremely powerful will usually have dragon veins. Try your best to go to these places, Lord Alcohol said. Powerful places were usually sects and countries. Sects usually wouldn't allow outsiders to enter, so he could only go to a powerful country. Lin Xian had a target. However, this country had to be stronger than Tianshan country because Lord Alcohol couldn't sense the aura of the dragon vein in Tianshan country. It's time to leave. Lin Xian took a deep breath and began to meditate. Medicine Emperor Court, Main Hall. Reporting to the Dean, we have already investigated. DK gave the pill to Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Song Yunqing was slightly surprised. Beside him, Elder Blackheart frowned. Are you sure? Song Yunqing looked at the elder and asked. I'm sure. Furthermore, this matter seems to have been decided at the beginning of the Alchemy King tournament. Back then, the other two hall masters strongly objected, but DK insisted. "All right, you may leave." Song Yunqing waved his hand and looked at Elder Blackheart. "It's not appropriate for our Medicine Emperor Court to take action. Don't worry. There's no need for you to take action. I have my ways." Elder Blackheart smiled sinisterly. "Since the item is in Lin Xian's hands, it's easy." Although he was afraid of DK, he was confident that he could kill Lin Xian if his opponent was him. "The White Dragon Ascension pill will definitely be mine." The next day, Lin Xian found D. Quebec. "I wonder if there's a country stronger than Tianshan country?" Lin Xian asked. "Oh, little friend Lin, are you leaving?" DK was surprised. Seeing Lin Xian nod, he sighed. "I knew it. A place like Tianshan country won't be able to keep you." After saying that, he sighed heavily. In the Tianan region, countries are divided into small countries, large countries, and strong countries. Tianshan country is a large country, but its standard is in the middle. There are many countries stronger than Tianshan country. Above that, there are strong countries, large countries, strong countries. Lin Xian had a deeper understanding of this world. "I have a map of the Tianan region. It's very detailed. I'll give it to you now." Lin Xian took the scroll and quickly opened it. His pupils constricted, revealing a look of surprise. The Tianan region was bigger than he had imagined. Tianshan country was only half the size of a palm. Xia country was even smaller. It was located in a remote area in the southwest. If one was not careful, they would not be able to find it. This was only the Tianan region. There were other regions outside of this. At least, Lin Xian knew about the Tianwu region. "It seems that this world is more interesting than I imagined." Collecting his thoughts, Lin Xian began to carefully look at the map. "I wonder which place has the strongest dragon vein." "Dragon vein? You want to find a dragon vein?" Old man DK was surprised. "Yes." Lin Xian nodded. Even if the matter of finding a dragon vein was exposed, no one would know that he was looking for the great dragon sword. Moreover, old man DK was very knowledgeable. He might know something. "If you want to talk about the largest dragon vein, it should be the ancient dragon sacred ground. It contains a mysterious true dragon chi." True dragon chi. Lin Xian was happy. This was what he was looking for. "Where is the ancient dragon sacred ground?" Lin Xian looked at the map. "You don't know?" Old man DK explained. "The ancient dragon sacred ground is the location of the sacred true dragon gathering. It is very famous in the entire Tianan region." Sacred true dragon gathering? Lin Xian really did not know. The sacred true dragon gathering is held once every 10 years. It is a grand event in the Tianan region. All the geniuses in the Tianan region will participate. Anyone who is on the True Dragon ranking can receive the baptism of True Dragon Chi. Chapter 356. The True Dragon ranking was a very famous ranking in the Tianan region. Its ranking was based on the rankings of the True Dragon gathering. It could be said that entering the True Dragon ranking was the wish of every warrior, because it not only represented strength, but also honor. One had to know that there were many warriors in the Tianan region, and there were also many geniuses, but only 72 of them could enter the ranking. Those who entered the True Dragon ranking were all geniuses among geniuses. What are the restrictions for entering the True Dragon gathering? Lin Xian asked. The most basic restriction is that you can't be over 40 years old and your cultivation must be above the harmonious spirit realm. Old man DK said, but even if you meet these two conditions, you might not be able to participate. The number of participants is fixed, a total of 720 people. This number is not enough in the entire Tianan region. Take the Heavenly Mountain country, for example. There are only 3 spots, and the competition is very intense. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It seems like this True Dragon gathering was stricter than he imagined. The great heavenly mountain country only had 3 spots. One had to know that in the heavenly mountain country there were no less than 10 3-star sects, and there were countless geniuses within. Other than that, there were also the royal family and some super families. With so many people fighting for 3 spots, one could imagine how intense it would be. Does that mean I don't even have the chance to register? Lin Xian frowned. Little friend Lin, don't worry, there is still a year before the true dragon gathering begins. I think this time is enough for you to break through. As for the spots, I can recommend you, but whether or not you can seize the opportunity will depend on you. Old man, DK said slowly. Really? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. As long as there was a chance, he would not give up. I have 2 choices. One is to compete for the spots in the heavenly mountain country. Although there are only 3 spots, it is not impossible to try. But the only drawback is that you have enmity with many sects and they might try to kill you. Lin Xian nodded. He had offended many powers in the heavenly mountain country. Although he usually had nothing to do, if it was a crucial spot like the true dragon gathering, it was hard to guarantee that those old things would not kill him. For safety reasons, he couldn't stay in Tian Shan Kingdom. Seeing Lin Xian shake his head, DK continued, I'll write a letter. Take it to the Dragon Star Kingdom and find someone called Jiang Sanfeng. If he's still alive, he might be able to help you. Jiang Sanfeng? Dragon Star Empire? Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. This was too general. Can you be more specific? He asked. DK shook his head. To be honest, I don't know the details. But with his reputation, it shouldn't be hard for you to find him. Dragon Star Empire's quota is much higher than Heavenly Mountain Empire's, but the level of warriors there is also much higher than Heavenly Mountain Empire's. You have to be mentally prepared for this. Lin Xian pondered for a moment and finally decided to go to the Dragon Star Kingdom to take a look. This is the letter, and this is the token. DK handed them to Lin Xian. 1 year. Lin Xian clenched his fists. As long as he could obtain the true dragon chi, he would be able to find the great dragon sword. I plan to leave now, Lin Xian stated. Sure, but just in case, I can escort you in the Heavenly Mountain Empire. Now that the Pale Emperor Hall is so busy, they definitely can't do without you. I think it's better for me to leave by myself. Lin Xian smiled. How about this? I will send an expert to protect you in the dark, but he can only escort you to the borders of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. He wasn't a hypocritical person, and he had a premonition that Elder Blackheart wouldn't give up so easily. That afternoon, Lin Xian departed from the Pale Emperor Hall. He didn't alert many people, and in the entire Pale Emperor Hall, only DK knew of his departure. But after he left, a black shadow transformed into a black mist and sped towards the Medicine Emperor Hall. Elder Blackheart, that brat has left. A cultivator clad in black spoke. With whom? Elder Blackheart asked. Alone. Humph. Seems like he wants to leave the Heavenly Mountain Empire. Elder Blackheart coldly laughed. I got it, you can leave now. After that person left, Elder Blackheart transformed into a wisp of black smoke and quickly left the Wind Moon City. In the wilderness, a huge golden frog jumped. On top of it sat a handsome young man in blue and a snow-white monkey. This young man was Lin Xian. He had already left the Wind Moon City and was heading towards the Dragon Star Empire. Along the way, he didn't stay idle, but continued to cultivate. During the Pill King competition, he didn't fall behind in his cultivation. Now that the majority of the vortex in his body had formed, he would soon break through to the harmonious spirit realm. Only those who reached the harmonious spirit realm would have the qualifications to participate in the sacred true dragon gathering. At night, the silver moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling down its clear light. With his outstanding eye technique, Lin Xian was always able to avoid danger in advance. During this period, he avoided a few sixth-rank demonic beasts. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a few strange birds flew down from the sky. They were about 2 meters long, and their feathers were like metal, emitting a cold aura. Their sharp claws were like iron pincers, tearing the air apart. This kind of power was hard to resist for warriors below the harmonious spirit realm. However, Lin Xian still didn't open his eyes. Croak! Croak! The golden frog croaked twice and suddenly opened its mouth. Its scarlet tongue was like a long whip, leaving behind after-images in the air. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, it tied up a strange bird and quickly pulled it back. Gulp! His tongue was extremely corrosive and melted the metal-like feathers. The strange bird flapped its wings and tried to resist, but it didn't have any effect. In the end, it was eaten by the golden frog. This scene scared away the remaining strange birds in the sky. Wuji! Wuji! The snow-white monkey patted Little Gold and nodded slightly. Croak! Little Gold croaked twice proudly and sped up again. This kind of interlude happened frequently on the road, so Lin Xian didn't have to do anything. The night passed peacefully. When the sun rose, Lin Xian's body was covered in a layer of light, quickly absorbing the thin purple qi in the air. When the sun had completely risen, he opened his eyes. There's a city in front? Just in time to replenish my supplies. Lin Xian patted Little Gold, and the latter ran towards the city. When he was in the Wind Moon City, he left in a hurry and didn't prepare much. The city in front of him solved his problem. When he was close to the city, he put away Little Gold and walked in with the snow-white monkey. This time he mainly bought some herbs, food, water, clothes, and other things. Because he was going to cross the border, he bought a lot this time. After Lin Xian left, 2 black-robed men appeared in a corner and whispered to each other. Little white monkey, blue-robed young man, confirm the target, quickly report. I'll keep an eye on him. The 2 men split up. These 2 men's movements were very secretive, and they used a special method to avoid soul detection. In addition, Lin Xian didn't deliberately search, so he didn't notice this situation. Under the tables and chairs on both sides of the street, a pair of even more secretive dark green eyes were fiercely staring at Lin Xian. Chapter 357. Lin Xian quickly finished his shopping and walked towards the city gate. Oh no, that kid is leaving. The black-robed man in the dark was anxious. He carefully concealed his aura and followed Lin Xian. This is the person the elder told us to follow. We can't lose him. The black-robed man was very dedicated. He knew that Lin Xian was a big fish and was very important to them. However, he didn't dare to act rashly. If he alerted the enemy and scared Lin Xian away, he would die even if he had 10 lives. The only thing he could do was to keep track of Lin Xian's position at all times. Soon, Lin Xian left the city. He patted his storage bag, and the sound of a small golden mountain appeared. Gua Little Gold intimately rubbed against Lin Xian with a look of anticipation. Okay, here you go. Lin Xian smiled as he took out some demon crystals and threw them into Little Gold's mouth. These demon crystals were all killed by him on the way and were now used to feed Little Gold. Wuji the snow-white monkey had a look of disdain and disappeared with a whoosh. When it reappeared, it was holding an exquisite wine pot. Its furry paws hugged the wine pot, and the little monkey took a sip like a human. Wuji, the snow-white monkey, had an intoxicated look on its face. Lin Xian was stunned. When did this monkey learn to drink? No wonder my spiritual wine has been decreasing so quickly. It was all drunk by this monkey. Lin Xian grabbed its ear and said hatefully, "Don't drink any more." The snow-white monkey trembled and burped. It nodded with misty eyes. F***CK. Lin Xian threw it onto Little Gold's back and quickly moved forward. Bang! With a leap, Little Gold's body disappeared. Behind, the black-robed man was stunned and quickly chased after it. However, he had already used his fastest speed and still couldn't catch up. He could only watch as the golden figure went further and further away. Damn it! What kind of frog is this? How can it run so fast? The black-robed man cursed angrily. If he lost it, he would be dead. No, I have to make a move. A ruthless look appeared in the black-robed man's eyes. His body turned into black smoke as he quickly charged forward. Someone's here. As soon as the black-robed martial artist attacked, Lin Xian sensed it. He smirked and patted Xiao Jin. He suddenly sped up. His body turned into a golden light, and he quickly headed into the depths of the forest. Little bastard, you actually dared to increase your speed. The black-robed man gnashed his teeth and crazily circulated his spirit energy. Black light flashed as he gave chase with all his might. That's not right. Did he find out? The black-robed man looked surprised. Although he had increased his speed earlier in order to maintain his concealment, he still used a certain method. Since I've been discovered, there's nothing to worry about. The black-robed man sneered and began to mobilize the surrounding spirit chi. Trap! Black clouds floated in front of him, forming a pitch-black cage that pressed down on Lin Xian. The black-robed man was an early harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Now that he had activated his spirit energy, the power of his attacks had increased by several folds. Boom! 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 The black spirit chi light pillar was like a divine spear, piercing through the ground. For black pillars blocked Lin Xian's path. That terrifying aura caused the surrounding trees and rocks to explode. Whoosh! The black-robed man appeared in front of Lin Xian. Run. Why don't you run? Damn it, I've decided. After you die, this frog will be mine. Greed flashed through the black-robed man's eyes. Is that so? Since you want it, then come and get it. Lin Xian sat on Xiao Jin's back and said with a smile. Suddenly, Lin Xian's figure gradually faded and disappeared like smoke. Not good. The black-robed man was shocked. He quickly turned his head. However, he was only halfway through this action when his head flew into the air. Plop! Blood splattered everywhere as the headless corpse fell down. Lin Xian put away the remaining half of the Autumn Scar sword and continued on his way. Just now, he used the Black Cloak's doppelganger martial technique to create a doppelganger on Xiao Jin's back. However, his real body sneaked up behind the black-robed man. Lin Xian killed the man with ease, relying on his powerful attack power. With the Black Cloak, Lin Xian's attacks became even more unpredictable. He could often kill his enemies without them noticing. Taking off the black-robed man's storage ring, he reached into it with his sole power. What a poor bastard! Lin Xian looked down on him for a while before reluctantly putting it away. I'm afraid there is more than one person. I should leave first. He was not afraid of others, but the Black Heart Elder was a powerful warrior of the spirit transformation realm. Killing him would be child's play for him. Therefore, it was better for him to run for his life. Not long after Lin Xian left, two figures quickly landed. One of them was the Black Heart Elder, and the other was the black-robed warrior who ran to report. Right now, he was looking at the corpse on the ground, his body slightly trembling. This was his companion, who was at the same level as him. Judging from the surrounding situation, his companion was killed by a single sword strike. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he thought of a young man with such terrifying combat strength. The blood is still warm. He should have just left. Quickly chase after him. The Black Heart Elder's body emitted a dazzling light as he flew out like a meteor. The black-robed man did not dare to say anything and could only follow behind with all his might. Deep in the mountains, Lin Xian was surrounded by countless poisonous snakes. Dozens of huge snake-like, demonic beasts flicked their red tongues as they stared coldly at Lin Xian. Damn it, could it be the demonic beasts? Lin Xian's expression slightly changed as he thought of Hinian and the others not long ago. If it was the demonic beasts, then it would be really troublesome. Lin Xian had never fought with the demonic beasts before, but just thinking about it made him feel scared. Fortunately, these poisonous snakes in front of him were all demonic beasts, so he could still handle them. Most of these demonic beasts were at the 5th grade, and one of them was at the 6th grade, which was equivalent to a mid-harmonious spirit realm human. He could still handle them, but if they were a little stronger, he would have to risk his life. The surrounding 5th grade demonic beasts were all left to Xiao Jin and the snow-white little monkey. Lin Xian focused on facing the 6th grade demonic beast. Gua Wuji, Wuji Xiao. Jin opened its big mouth, and its tongue turned into a long whip as it fought with the 2 demonic beasts. The snow-white little monkey held the cold star dagger in one hand and a white spider web in the other, shuttling back and forth in the air. Hiss, hiss! The piebald python in front of Lin Xian shot out a terrifying light from its eyes like lightning. Wind Slayer! The broken autumn scar was unsheathed, bringing with it a fine sword chi. The surrounding air seemed to be cut apart, creating a vacuum. This sword slashed towards the piebald python's head. Hiss, hiss! The piebald python's eyes instantly turned red. Its house-sized head struck out horizontally, and its tail quickly fell down. The green sword chi was broken by the piebald python's tail, bringing with it countless gusts of wind. A black shadow flashed, and its thick tail rushed towards Lin Xian. Stepping out with the dragon rebel step, Lin Xian was like a willow catkin, lightly fluttering with the wind. He elegantly dodged the terrifying attack. He pointed his sword downwards, drawing an arc in the air. Moon break! On the sword edge, the green sword chi joined together, forming a crescent-shaped sword chi that rushed towards the ground. As if the green moon had reappeared, the air rumbled. The green light flashed, and the piebald python's abdomen was torn apart, letting out a miserable cry. Chapter 358. The moon-shattering sword chi was like a blue moon as it sliced open the python's abdomen. The python suffered a heavy blow and let out a miserable roar. It opened its bloody mouth and frantically devoured the surrounding spirit chi. A fist-sized energy ball was formed and quickly grew in size. At this moment, another sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. One of the auras was abnormally strong. Just a trace of pressure made the python tremble. The python let out an uneasy roar. It decisively gave up on attacking Lin Xian and fled into the depths of the forest. The surrounding demonic beasts also dispersed, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. Just as these demonic beasts fled, the figures behind arrived. Hand over the white dragon ascension pill, and I'll leave your corpse intact. A sinister voice sounded, accompanied by a huge black cane that smashed down like a mountain. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He quickly put away his 2 pets and dashed out in a hurry. Want to leave? Do you think you can escape? Elder Blackheart sneered. Under his control, the entire area was shrouded in black fog. The black fog rolled and formed a terrifying attack that pressed down on Lin Xian. That energy was like a solid cage that made it difficult for one to break free. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless and decisively used the Wind Emperor's sword. The green light flashed like a gale tearing through the sky. A small crack was cut open in the black fog. You're courting death. Elder Blackheart was furious. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to cut open his black fog attack. The black-robed man behind also trembled in fear. Even he couldn't break open the black fog just now, but Lin Xian cut it open with a single sword. This kid is really strange. Elder Blackheart flipped his palm and instantly patched the gap. As a spirit transformation realm martial artist, it was easy for him to deal with Lin Xian. I only used 30% of my strength just now. In my black fog, you'll never be able to leave. Elder Blackheart sneered. Hand over the white dragon ascension pill, and I'll consider letting you go. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He did not believe Elder Blackheart's nonsense. Moreover, he would rather die than hand over the white dragon ascension pill. He swung his green sword again and hacked at the black fog on his left. This time, it was as if the sharp sword light had sunk into the sea, not producing the slightest effect. On the contrary, Elder Blackheart's every move made him feel immense pressure. Is this the power of the spirit transformation realm? Lin Xian felt powerless. He could still fight against a harmonious spirit realm warrior, but he was as weak as a child when facing a spirit transformation realm warrior. Didn't you say that there were experts secretly protecting you? Lin Xian asked anxiously. You wouldn't have forgotten about me, right? He didn't dare to put his life in the hands of an unknown person, so he decided to make a move. Right now, the only thing that could break through the black fog was probably the Gale Lightning Sword. Stubborn. Elder Blackheart's face darkened when he saw that Lin Xian had no intention of responding to him. If you don't want to talk, then I'll do it myself. The black fog rolled, and countless black chains flew out from it, flying toward Lin Xian. Just as Lin Xian was about to be pierced through, the black fog above him was suddenly torn apart, and a fiery red light flew in like the sun. A huge fireball fell from the sky, burning all the black fog in an instant. Who is it? Come out. Elder Blackheart stomped his feet in anger. At this critical moment, someone dared to interrupt his good deed. Little kid, hurry up and leave. A loud voice sounded in the sky. Lin Xian raised his head and saw a blurry, fiery red figure in the clouds, emitting a terrifying aura. He knew that the mysterious expert that DK had mentioned had arrived. Without hesitation, Lin Xian summoned Xiao Jin and quickly left the place. How dare you? Elder Blackheart's sleeves fluttered, and the black fog around him turned into countless ferocious ghosts, pouncing toward Lin Xian. In front of him, 100-meter tall black giant appeared, its huge palm covering everything below. Humph! In the sky, the fiery red voice snorted coldly. Countless crimson sabers appeared, carrying scorching flames as they slashed apart the thousands of ferocious ghosts. Lin Xian felt the spiritual energy behind him go berserk, and the energy surged like a tsunami. He was alarmed. He couldn't resist such power at all. All he could do was control Xiao Jin with all his might and raise his speed to the limit. In the following days, Elder Blackheart didn't appear again. However, he was attacked by some demon beasts. Fortunately, the Scarlet Black Demon had yet to appear. During this period of time, apart from raising his cultivation level, Lin Xian had been comprehending sword intent. He had completely grasped the essence of the Wind Thearka sword, but he wasn't satisfied. He wanted to comprehend the concept of wind. This idea was approved by Lord Alcohol. Furthermore, he had the Great Dragon Sword Seal, which was an offensive sacred art. It was also helpful for comprehending concepts. Apart from the concept of wind, Lin Xian also wanted to comprehend the concept of lightning. He had been in contact with these two powers since the beginning, so he was very familiar with them. However, concepts were similar to sword intent. They were somewhat ethereal and illusory, so he had to rely on himself. Along the way, Lin Xian spent his time comprehending. Sometimes he would also use some demon beasts to practice his sword. He specially chose demon beasts with wind and lightning attributes to fight, such as the Thunder Tiger in front of him. It was 7 to 8 meters long, and its body was covered with blue lightning patterns. On its back, there was a pair of 3-meter-long lightning wings. As it trembled, countless tiny electric arcs streaked across the air. Lin Xian held the broken sword in his hand. The blade was covered with silver lightning patterns. That power made the Thunder Tiger feel pressured. Roar! As the king of all beasts, the Thunder Tiger couldn't allow such a threat to exist. With a tiger pounce, the Thunder Tiger pounced at Lin Xian with a sky full of lightning. In midair, it waved its huge claws, forming several blue electric arcs that contained the powerful power of lightning. Lin Xian didn't counterattack. Instead, he used the dragon counterstep and shuttled through the lightning. He wanted to feel different lightning attacks to comprehend the concept of thunder. The thunder tiger was furious. As an intelligent demon beast, it felt that Lin Xian was toying with it. With a low roar, the blue lightning patterns on its body emitted a dazzling light. The lightning gathered in the air, forming a terrifying lightning storm. The area within 100 meters was covered by a terrifying sea of lightning. The surrounding trees and the ground were all destroyed by the lightning. Lin Xian retreated from his comprehension. Even with the dragon counterstep, he couldn't dodge all of the lightning at such a density. He waved the broken sword in his hand, and silver lightning flew out. It was especially eye-catching in the blue sea of lightning. Crack! The two types of lightning clashed, forming a terrifying energy storm. The blue sea of lightning was cut open, creating a vacuum. The thunder tiger panicked. As an intelligent demon beast, it could feel the sharpness of that sword. It didn't dare to stay any longer. It turned into a blue lightning bolt and fled. Lightning, one of the most violent powers. Lin Xian had a new comprehension. He sat on the ground and began to comprehend. 2 days later, Lin Xian got up and continued on his way. Soon, he arrived at the border of the Heavenly Mountain Kingdom. Chapter 359. Unlike the last time he left Tianshan country, there was no eerie Xian Yin River here. On the contrary, there was a city in front of him, and behind the city were countless mountains. As long as I pass through the mountains, I will reach Dragon Star Strong Country. Lin Xian kept the map and walked towards the city. Recruiting! Recruiting! The moment he entered the city, there were shouts everywhere. Lin Xian was curious. He realized that there were merchant groups recruiting people. Is there a lack of martial artists here? Lin Xian was puzzled. Warrior, are you interested in being a guard? A 16 or 17-year-old youth pulled a burly man in front of him and asked with a smile, Our Situ Guild needs experts like you the most. Brother, come to me. A young man with small eyes quickly said, Dragon Gate Guild, top 3 in the industry. We are strong and the price is high. Soon, the burly man was pulled away by the Dragon Gate Guild. Sigh, the Situ family is in trouble this time. They didn't even recruit a single martial artist. Yeah, without a powerful martial artist, there is no way to pass through the forest, let alone reach Dragon Star Strong Country. Oh right, don't go out alone. I heard that the Doffing Mountain Range is full of demonic beasts recently. It's better not to go in. I was wondering why these guilds were recruiting like crazy recently. It seems like there is a beast invasion again. Lin Xian listened at the side and understood a little. Demonic beasts? Beast invasion? He frowned slightly. This was not good news for him. Why don't we join a guild? We can look out for each other. Lin Xian looked ahead. He walked over slowly and looked around curiously. However, when those people realized that they could not see through Lin Xian's cultivation, they lost interest. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian looked young and thin, and his cultivation was unknown. He didn't look like an expert at all. No one stepped forward. Instead, it was the other martial artists that were fought over. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. He was wondering if he should show off some of his strength. At this moment, the weak young man walked over. Brother, are you interested in being a guard? Sure, what do guards do? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Ah, joy appeared on the young man's face. He quickly said, This time we're going to the Dragon Star Kingdom. We need bodyguards on the way to protect our safety. Brother, don't worry. We will definitely pay you well. As long as our goods are sold, we will definitely give you money. Lin Xian understood. It seemed like this Situ guild had no manpower and no money, so they were living a miserable life. Haha, that brat Situ Jing is really crazy. He actually started to randomly recruit people. That's right. Look at that person's body. He's so weak. I'm afraid a gust of wind could blow him away. I say, Situ Jing, why don't you sell your things to us? You can't go anyway. Yeah, since we're in the same trade, why don't you give us a 10% discount? The people from the other guilds began to mock and ridicule him, while the young man called Situ Jing's face turned red. Your name is Situ Jing? Lin Xian asked. No matter how he heard it, it sounded like a girl's name. Yes. Situ Jing nodded like a chick pecking rice. All right, I promise you. Lin Xian smiled and patted the young man's shoulder. Ah, really? Situ Jing suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with excitement. Brother, follow me. I'll bring you to see our guild. After saying that, he pulled Lin Xian and left. Damn, that brat's brain is damaged. He actually dared to agree? He's just trying to be brave. When he knows about the Situ family's predicament, he will definitely run away. Who cares? Such a person, even if he enters the Dafeng mountain range, will only become food for the monsters. The group of people sneered and shook their heads with disdain. Lin Xian followed Situ Jing to a shop. Situ Jing excitedly ran in while Lin Xian looked around. The so-called guild was actually an organization that transported goods between two countries. Because it was a border city, the entire street was filled with guild organizations. However, the Situ family shop was obviously much more dilapidated. Brother Lin Xian, come in. Situ Jing anxiously pulled Lin Xian in. It was dim inside, and some of the furniture was old. At the table in front, there was a middle-aged man with a pale face who was constantly coughing. Father, this is Lin Xian, Brother Lin. The middle-aged man raised his head and carefully looked at Lin Xian. Then he revealed a disappointed expression. Little brother, Jing, is insensible. Sorry for the trouble. The middle-aged man panted. Little brother, please go back. Why? I can't be a guard? Lin Xian asked. To be honest, the Dafeng mountain range is very dangerous during this period. If it wasn't for the agreed date with the Longxing kingdom, we wouldn't have risked our lives to go in. You really don't have to go in and throw your life away. Since it's dangerous, why not change the date? Lin Xian was puzzled. In our line of work, reputation is the most important thing. Once the date is set, it's impossible to change it. Besides, this is a high-risk business. It doesn't matter if we go sooner or later. The middle-aged man said with difficulty and coughed violently. Boss, I was planning to go to the Longxing kingdom. Why don't we go together? Lin Xian decided to stay. As for my strength, he smiled faintly. It's not a problem to deal with an ordinary harmonious spirit, realm warrior. After saying that, he released a trace of sword intent. The whole room was filled with a sharp aura. Feeling this aura, the middle-aged man and Situ Jing trembled slightly. Great! There's hope for our Situ family. The middle-aged man was so excited that tears rolled down his cheeks. Situ Jing was also so excited that her face turned red. How about this? I'll accompany you and see if you can recruit other warriors. Lin Xian said. Then he and Situ Jing went on the street again to recruit warriors. That brat is back? I told you, he won't stay in the Situ family. Wait, why is Situ Jing following him? The group was stunned for a moment, then they sneered. What an idiot. Lin Xian didn't care about these people. Instead, he carefully observed the passers-by. To be safe, he needed a helper. Brat, are you recruiting warriors here? A burly man came forward. Sorry, we don't recruit trash. Lin Xian shook his head. The man was only at the 7th sky of Spirit Sea Realm. It was not enough. Mother asterisk her, you're courting death. How dare you call me trash? The burly man was furious. He raised his fist and was about to throw a punch. Situ Jing was so scared that she hid behind Lin Xian. The surrounding warriors were watching the show. He won't die in one punch, right? It's possible. Who asked him to be so weak? Just as the fist was about to hit Lin Xian, a big hand suddenly reached out from behind the burly man and threw him away. Bang! The burly man was thrown a dozen meters away and fell to the ground. Hee, are you guys okay? A steady and strong voice sounded. Lin Xian raised his head and saw a young man who was almost 2 meters tall standing in front of him with a silly smile on his face. I'm fine, Situ Jing said with lingering fear. Lin Xian smiled. Thank you for your help. He looked at the burly young man in front of him. With his outstanding soul power, he could feel that the young man had great power. Even he felt a trace of danger. Someone who could make him feel this way was definitely not ordinary. Are you interested in being a guard? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Chapter 360. Seeing Lin Xian's question, the surrounding martial artists could no longer sit still. This muscular young man was obviously an expert. Coupled with his silly smile, they could definitely hire him at the lowest price. How could they give up such a good opportunity? Brother, don't go to them. They are poor and can't afford it. The small-eyed man laughed. Come to our Dragon Gate Guild. We are the 3rd-ranked guild. Our price will definitely be a few times higher than others. There's also us, Tri-Talent Guild. There are many experts in our guild. It's definitely safe. The group of people were extremely enthusiastic. Lin Xian was sick and tired of listening to them. He wanted nothing more than to slap them away. Situ Jing looked on nervously. She couldn't compete with the others. However, the honest-looking young man ignored them. He smiled and asked Lin Xian, I can be a guard, but can I eat my fill? Lin Xian looked at Situ Jing with a questioning gaze. Yes, definitely. Don't worry, you can eat your fill, Situ Jing quickly said. All right, I'll sign up, the muscular young man said in a silly voice. What? The surrounding people were stunned. Our food is even better. We have all kinds of delicacies. You should consider it. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the muscular young man followed Lin Xian and Situ Jing away. *CK, another idiot. Sigh, what a pity. Such a good bodyguard. The group of people sighed. The Situ clan is really lucky. This is Lin Xian, Big Brother Lin. Big Brother, how should I address you? Situ Jing asked. Dongfang Xiong, the young man smiled. Looking at him, if he wore a beast skin coat, he would be no different from a bear. The 3 of them walked to the shop and started to pack up, preparing to enter the mountain. 5 days later, the group set off. Their luggage was simple. Most of their things were placed in their storage rings. However, because the middle-aged man, Situ Tao, was not feeling well, they brought along a rank 4 sprinting beast. This beast's attack power was not strong, but it had a special ability. Its body was huge, and the bones on its back were like a house for people to rest in. Just like that, the group entered the mountain. At the same time, the other guilds also began to take action. The forest was vast, and all kinds of demonic beasts ran amok. If it was a normal day, it would be impossible to see so many demonic beasts. It seemed that there was indeed something unusual in the mountains. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Situ Tao was originally worried, but when he saw Dongfang Xiong kill a Type 5 mountain hound with a single punch, he immediately calmed down. Not only that, but he also admired Lin Xian even more. Because of Lin Xian's guidance, they were always able to avoid the powerful demonic beasts, making the journey much easier. The other guilds were not so lucky. As soon as they entered the forest, they encountered a pack of demon wolves. Immediately, many people were injured. The Dafeng mountain range was very wide. With their speed, it would probably take them a month to walk out of it. During this period of time, Lin Xian had never forgotten to comprehend wind concept and lightning concept. Coupled with Lord Alcohol's guidance, his improvement was godly. It's getting late. Let's stop and rest. Situ Tao said. Lin Xian nodded and began to look for a safe place. In this mountain range, finding a safe terrain was very important. Otherwise, if they encountered a pack of demonic beasts, they would be in trouble. It's them. Lin Xian was surprised when he saw the people from the Dragon Gate Guild. I found a good place. Follow me. He smiled. Dongfang Xiong carried a huge mountain-splitting axe on his back and 2 dead, demonic beasts on his shoulders. He followed behind Lin Xian with a silly smile. Situ Jing supported her father and walked in the middle. Soon, they arrived at a flat area with a few caves around it. There are actually people here. Situ Tao's expression changed when he saw the people from the Dragon Gate Guild. Brother Lin, why don't we change locations? No need. I've already checked. This is the safest place in a radius of tens of miles. Lin Xian said slowly. Yes, Brother Lin is right. I think this place is very good. Dongfang Xiong was very satisfied. He threw the prey on his shoulders to the ground and prepared to clean them. Humph. This is the territory of the Dragon Gate Guild. You think you can behave so atrociously? A bald man snorted. Situ Tao, I think you don't want to live anymore. Situ Jing was so frightened that she trembled. Situ Tao smiled and said, Everyone, I'm really sorry. There's no other place around here. We'll just stay for one night. We won't disturb you. No, we have to talk about guild secrets tonight. The others can't be here. Yes, quickly scram. Also, these 2 demonic beasts are not bad. Leave them for us for dinner. The people from the Dragon Gate Guild were very overbearing. Not only did they want to chase away Lin Xian and the others, they also wanted to take the food. Situ Jing and her father looked at Lin Xian, but the 2 of them didn't notice anything. Lin Xian sighed. He patted Dongfang Xiong's shoulder and said, Brother Xiong, someone wants to steal your food. What? Dongfang Xiong suddenly stood up and stomped his feet on the ground. Who dares to steal my things? Ka ka ka. The ground trembled. Countless cracks spread out under Dongfang Xiong's feet and covered the ground in an instant. It was as if an earthquake had just occurred. The people from the Dragon Gate Guild were shocked as they stared blankly at the scene. Some of the harmonious spirit realm warriors also frowned. With their eyes, they could see that this attack was purely physical strength. This guy is so scary. They looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. They didn't want to provoke such a strong enemy when they were outside. All right, you can stay here, but don't disturb us, an old man said in a deep voice. Situ Jing and her father were relieved and settled down to rest. Dongfang Xiong continued to clean up the demonic beasts. Lin Xian looked at the cracks on the ground and praised in his heart. Dongfang Xiong's body was definitely not weaker than his silver lightning physique. One had to know that his silver lightning mark was cultivated through countless lightning strikes. Interesting guy. Lin Xian's lips curved up slightly. He also sat down and cultivated. Normally, he would cultivate the longevity art at this time. As long as he broke through the 2nd level of the longevity art, he would be able to enter the harmonious spirit realm. At that time, the true power of the longevity art would be revealed. After a while, the smell of barbecued meat drifted over. I'm done. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and laughed. Smells so good. Situ Jing exclaimed and ran to the barbecued meat. Behind her, Situ Tao also walked over slowly. Lin Xian took out 3 jars of spirit wine and placed them on the ground. The group began to eat the meat and drink the wine. Beside them, the people from the Dragon Gate Guild saw Lin Xian and the others' food and the dried meat in their hands. They immediately felt unhappy. Some of them were even drooling. It's you. Quickly give us 10 jars of good wine. The bald man looked at the wine jars with shining eyes. Sorry, there's no share for you here. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that we, the Dragon Gate Guild, are easy to bully? The bald man sneered. If you want to spend the night here peacefully, then give us 10 jars of good wine. Chapter 361. Brat, if you don't hand over the wine, I'll cut you down. The bald man took out a shiny long blade. You want a drink? Lin Xian laughed. Who was the one who threatened us earlier? Who was the one who didn't allow us to stay here? With your attitude earlier, you still want a drink? Is your head kicked by a donkey? What? I let you stay here because I pity you, but you don't know what's good for you. The bald man shouted angrily. Behind him, a few warriors quickly walked over. They were all half-step, harmonious spirit, realm warriors. When they stood together, they formed a terrifying aura. Don't fight, don't hurt our friendship, Situ Tao said with a trembling voice. I'll give you this cup of wine. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? The bald man knocked over the wine cup. Get lost, or die. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy. Dongfang Xiong also stood up. Go, beat him to death. The bald man was furious. Although he was afraid of Dongfang Xiong, he believed that his men could handle him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few figures pounced on Lin Xian. Their attacks were very vicious. Buzz! The green sword light flickered like a gust of wind, faintly discernible. When Lin Xian retracted his sword, the martial artists screamed as they were sent flying. What? The pupils of the elders of the Dragon Gate Guild shrank. They unconsciously stood up. What did you see? One of the elders asked in a low voice. I didn't see it. It was too fast. The elder's eyelids were trembling. As a harmonious spirit realm warrior, he didn't see Lin Xian's sword clearly. This kind of thing was hard to believe. You dare to hurt them. He's rebelling, the bald man screamed. Men, kill him for me. Get the hell back. One of the elders moved and slapped the bald man away. Then he smiled and bowed to Lin Xian. My men are ignorant. Please forgive them. I don't want this kind of thing to happen a second time. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Situ Jing and her father were stunned. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that the lawless Dragon Gate Guild would apologize to them. This was something that they could not even dream of. After the old man left, Dongfang Xiong chuckled and said, I didn't expect little brother Lin's swordsmanship to be so exquisite. If there's a chance in the future, we must exchange pointers. The four of them drank wine and ate meat until midnight. In the second half of the night, everyone fell asleep. Lin Xian sat cross-legged and continued cultivating. Rustle! Sha! Sha! Suddenly, there was a slight sound all around, as if something was walking. Lin Xian was the first to open his eyes, followed by Dongfang Xiong, and then the elders of the Dragon Gate Guild. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he used his eye technique to scan the surroundings. Soon his expression darkened. Demonic beast horde. Not good, there's a beast king. Cries of alarm rang out as everyone was startled awake. Lin Xian did not dare to delay. He summoned Little Gold and called out to Dongfang Xiong and Situ Jing, Let's go! The few of them rode on Little Gold, who jumped into the demonic beast horde. With another jump, it left the demonic beast horde. Roar! Roars rang out as countless demonic beasts pounced on Little Gold, dominating the world. Dongfang Xiong punched out with both his fists, and the terrifying power blasted the demonic beasts around him into smithereens. Lin Xian flicked his finger and unleashed the Tempest Sword Ripple. The fine green sword chi was like a ripple that quickly spread out. Any demonic beast that came into contact with the Tempest Sword Ripple was sliced in half. The two of them did not dare to continue fighting, so they followed Little Gold and fled into the distance. The people of the Dragon Gate Guild were not so lucky. They were surrounded by countless demonic beasts and were quickly drowned. Behind the demonic beast horde, there was a huge black demonic python. It was dozens of meters long, and the black scales on its body were like cold metal. On the head of the black python sat a figure in red robes. If one took a closer look, they would realize that this person was very strange. He had the body of a human, but the head of a poisonous snake. His long neck was like a snake's body, constantly twisting. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize him. This kind of strange creature had a strange name. It was called the Crimson Black Demonic Tribe. Trying to run? This demonic beast spoke in human language. His body swayed, twisting in the air like a poisonous snake, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian and the rest sat on Little Gold's back and quickly escaped from the demonic beast horde. Some of the demonic beasts that chased them were killed by him and Dongfang Xiong, so they were temporarily safe. Why are there so many demonic beasts? Lin Xian was puzzled. Are there a lot of demonic beasts recently? Yes. Situ Tao nodded slowly. Since 2 months ago, the demonic beasts in the Dafeng mountain range started to gather. Some uncommon demonic beasts also came out from the depths of the mountains. 2 months ago. Lin Xian was puzzled. This was around the same time as the appearance of the Crimson Black Demonic Tribe. Could it be? He remembered how the Crimson Black Demonic Tribe helped the Black Dragon sect stir up trouble. It seems that even the Tian Shan kingdom will not be peaceful. Lin Xian sighed. The Black Dragon sect was about to revive. He could not stop it at all. Perhaps it would not be long before the Black Dragon sect's shadow appeared in the entire Tianan region. When that time came, it would be a true disaster. Only by quickly finding the great dragon sword could they protect themselves in this chaotic world. Lin Xian yearned for the power of the great dragon sword even more. Just as he was thinking, Dongfang Xiong's expression suddenly changed. Dodge! He waved his hand and pushed Situ Jing and his son to the side. Rumble! Where they were originally standing, the ground suddenly split open. A blood-red snake's head stretched out, its triangular tongue flicking out. Good stuff. I want to eat snake soup tomorrow. Dongfang Xiong yelled and stomped his foot. Instantly the ground trembled. A terrifying force rushed toward the red snake's head. Lin Xian also recovered in an instant. He pulled out the broken autumn scar and slashed out a thick green sword chi. Boom! 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 The ground sank. The terrifying force and the green sword chi missed. The red snake's head disappeared. Little White, come out. Lin Xian summoned the little white monkey and let it and Little Gold protect the Situ father and son. Meanwhile, he used his soul power to scan the surroundings. Kiki, I haven't eaten human flesh in a long time. I miss it. A sinister voice echoed in the forest. Dongfang Xiong and Lin Xian both turned around and saw a monster standing not far away. It had a human body and a snake's head. It was wearing a red robe. What is this? Dongfang Xiong was stunned. He scratched his head and said, I don't like to eat human-shaped things. You want to eat me? Interesting human. The red-robed demon laughed. Its dark green eyes stared at Dongfang Xiong. On the side, Lin Xian was shocked. Crimson Black Demon. What, demon? Dongfang Xiong was very excited. In the distance, the Situ father and son were scared pale. However, with the protection of the little white monkey and Little Gold, the two of them were very safe. You actually know where I came from. Interesting. The red-robed demon spat out its long tongue. I hope you two don't disappoint me. Chapter 362. The red-robed demon spoke arrogantly, not putting Lin Xian and Dongfang Xiong in his eyes at all. Demonic qi filled the air. His strength should be equivalent to an intermediate harmonious spirit. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he identified the red-robed demon's strength. The harmonious spirit realm was divided into 4 small realms: early, intermediate, late, and peak. The gap between each small realm was huge. This gap was similar to the gap between the realms before the harmonious spirit realm. It could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. A mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior could easily kill several early harmonious spirit realm warriors. Lin Xian was only a half-step harmonious spirit realm warrior, and Dongfang Xiong was an early harmonious spirit realm warrior. So the red-robed demon didn't put them in his eyes. He was only thinking about how to kill these two. Little brother Lin, I want to do it myself. Dongfang Xiong said with a grin. All right. Lin Xian shrugged and stood to the side. Seeing this, the red-robed demon's demonic qi instantly shrunk. It was strange that someone dared to look down on him. Good, very good. I will use the cruelest method to kill you. The red-robed demon sneered. A group of idiots, you have never seen a demon before. Of course you don't know how powerful we are. Before he finished his words, the red snake opened its mouth and spat out countless wind blades. The air was cut open, and huge cracks appeared on the ground. This kind of power was far beyond an early harmonious spirit, realm warrior. Clank! However, such a sharp attack only created sparks when it hit Dongfang Xiong's body. His weak-colored muscles were not damaged at all. Hee, delightful. Dongfang Xiong laughed foolishly. You should have a taste of my power. Dongfang Xiong took out the mountain-splitting axe from his back and held it tightly with both hands, chopping down with all his strength. A strong wind blew, and everything in front of him was covered by the huge axe. Ka! Before the huge axe fell, everything in front of him had already turned into dust. The red-robed demon turned his head. His dark green eyes were filled with seriousness. He actually felt the threat of death. How is this possible? He is just an early harmonious spirit realm kid. 10,000 miles snake. 8 dark red snakes flew out from his body and merged with the spiritual chi outside, constantly growing bigger. Soon they grew into 8 gigantic pythons. 2 of them bit towards the shiny axe, while the other 4 attacked Dongfang Xiong from different directions. Of the remaining 2, one ran towards Lin Xian and the other towards Situ Jing and her son. The red-robed Yao was actually planning to kill everyone with a single move. Hee, overbearing heavenly axe. Dongfang Xiong still had a silly smile on his face, but his aura had undergone an astonishing change. It was as if a primordial giant was holding a heavenly axe and chopping down with all his might. It was as if the heavens and earth were about to be split apart. Boom! As the axe fell, the 200-meter-long pythons were split into 2 halves. The yellow axe blade flew forward at high speed, violently chopping towards the red-robed Yao. On the other side, Lin Xian unsheathed his broken sword. It was as if silver lightning was dancing in the air, swift and fierce. When the silver light fell, a transparent bloody hole appeared on the python's 7-inch body. The huge body collapsed with a loud crash. This was a swordsman. If he did not make a move, it would be fine, but if he did, it would be a fatal blow. Moreover, Lin Xian had already touched the edge of the thunder concept with that strike. Behind him, the little white monkey was jumping around with the cold star dagger in its hand. It had already resolved the danger. This monkey was very mysterious. Lin Xian had never seen it cultivate, but its strength had increased rapidly. Even now, Lin Xian did not know where its bottom line was. Bang! Bang! After the red-robed Yao blasted away Dongfang Xiong's attack, he realized that the 8 pythons he had summoned were all dead. He had seen Dongfang Xiong's power, but he was extremely surprised by the performance of Lin Xian and the little white monkey. It seems that I've underestimated you. With that, he took a step forward, and his Yao Qi soared into the sky. The shocking aura covered the sky, and the red-robed Yao also underwent a shocking change. His body no longer looked like a human, but was formed by countless red and black venomous snakes. He looked terrifying. He stretched out his hand, and his fingers turned into 5 pythons. They opened their bloody mouths and bit down. Boom! Dongfang Xiong was sent flying. Although there were no injuries on his body, he could not withstand the power. Damn it, again! Dongfang Xiong patted the dirt off his body and charged forward again with his axe. I'll help you. Let's end this quickly. Lin Xian turned into a bolt of lightning and charged forward. From the attack, just now, he analyzed that the strength of this demon was 30% stronger than martial artists of the same level. Moreover, his moves were strange, and Dongfang Xiong could not break through immediately. Lin Xian did not want to spend too much time here. After all, there were Yao beasts all around, and a second Yao clan member could come at any time. The two of them attacked together, forming a joint attack. The overbearing heavens axe formed a fierce wind with the power to split mountains and rivers. Lin Xian used the sword-drawing technique, and the power of wind and thunder merged, increasing the power by several times. Before the attack arrived, the red-robed Yao clan member's body reacted. It was an instinctive reaction, and Yao beasts were the most sensitive. Poof! Sika! The overbearing heavens axe sent one of his arms flying, and the wind-thunder sword-drawing technique cut his waist. Phew! Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief, but his expression changed immediately. That's not right. He suddenly retreated, and silver thunder patterns appeared on his body. There was no blood, not a trace of blood. If the body was cut in half, there should be blood spurting out, but there was no blood on the red-robed Yao clan member. Even if he was a Yao clan member, there should be blood, unless he was not injured. The moment the silver thunder patterns appeared on his body, the severed part of the red-robed Yao clan member turned into countless venomous snakes, flicking their scarlet tongues. Under an unknown force, the severed arm was reattached to his body. At his waist, countless red snakes appeared on both ends of the severed part. They intertwined with each other, forming a complete body once again. Boom! A ferocious python head formed in the air with a dangerous force, sending Lin Xian and Dongfang Xiong flying. Everything happened in an instant. Lin Xian had just finished using the silver thunder body when he was sent flying. The attack was formed by Yao Qi, and it was currently destroying Lin Xian's body. Fortunately, he had the silver thunder patterns, which could resist the Yao Qi. Otherwise, even if it was another mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior, they would have been seriously injured by this attack. Buzz! The great dragon sword intent in his body trembled, and a sharp sword Qi flew out from his body, forming a ring of sword light that destroyed the Yao Qi. Lin Xian turned around and looked at Dongfang Xiong, who was beside him. Dongfang Xiong's face was pale, but the Yao Qi on his body had been removed. His body was also unscathed, which was enough to prove that his body was abnormally strong. They're not dead. The red-robed Yao clan member was surprised. His dark green eyes moved. When he found that Lin Xian and Dongfang Xiong were not dead, and there were no external injuries, his snake face suddenly became very ugly. It seems like you won't know how powerful I am if I don't use my true strength.